The Hoarder in You. How to Live a Happier, Healthier, Uncluttered Life. By Dr. Röbïn. Narrated by Cassandra Campbell. Copyright 2011 by Röbïn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Röbïn and Höärdër Press Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2011 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Introduction. Not long ago, I was sitting at my vanity getting ready for my day. It was very early on a Monday morning, which is always my busiest day of the week. On this particular day, I was not going into the office, but heading directly to my client Kate's house. This was to be the first time that Kate allowed me inside. We'd worked together off and on for months in my clinic, the Anxiety Treatment Center of Sacramento. But until now, she'd been very resistant to letting me see exactly the state of her environment. She was on my mind as I applied makeup and fixed my hair. Kate herself hadn't contacted me initially. Rather, it had been her husband, who told me he could no longer live in their home, which he indicated had once been a beautiful showplace. They seemed well matched, married for the first time in their 40s, neither had children, and both had always wanted to travel the world. After only 2 months of marriage, Kate's father passed away and left her a significant trust, which was sizable enough to support both of them for the rest of their lives. It was a wonderful opportunity for the two to realize their dreams of adventure. The death of Kate's father triggered something in her. Instead of preparing for their trip and investing her inheritance carefully, Kate began shopping with abandon, spending large amounts of money on clothing and other items. Her shopping habit quickly developed into compulsive hoarding. Within a year, her husband, who had desperately tried to understand what Kate was going through, was beside himself with frustration. As I was getting ready to see Kate that morning, I opened the top right drawer of my vanity, which, like my home in general, is well organized, to reach for a cotton swab, and realized there weren't any left. I began pulling open the other drawers in search of the new box I'd recently bought. One drawer held my blow-dryer, another had some first-aid cream and bandages, and then, like I've done hundreds of times in the past 8 years I've lived in my home, I opened that makeup drawer. That makeup drawer. This particular drawer is filled with a jumble of cosmetics, some of which I've had for 2 decades, literally since I was in my early 20s when I graduated from college. There are crumbling eyeshadows and colors I haven't worn in years, and dried-up eyeliners, pencils, and lipsticks that I loved when I purchased them, though after applying them for the first time realized they weren't right for me. Rather than throwing away the useless lipsticks, which felt like a waste, I thought, what if I need them? You never know. And dumped them in the drawer with the rest of the cast-off cosmetics. I knew I'd likely never use any of these items, and for health reasons should not use any of them, and yet, as of this writing, that makeup drawer remains full. Any time I think of going through it to get rid of stuff, the urge to close the drawer and avoid it is much stronger than my will to clean it out. The irony was not lost on me that here I was, a clinical psychologist and an expert on the treatment of compulsive hoarding, irrationally unable to get rid of items that would do no one any good. I asked myself why I couldn't toss outdated blush that was too dry to apply, but I already knew the answer. For the exact same reasons my clients say they can't get rid of the stuff that clutters their homes to the point that their houses are practically uninhabitable. I had no time to dwell on that, though. I had work to do. I quickly closed the drawer and left for Kate's house. As I drove up her driveway, I saw a perfectly manicured yard and walkway that led to a 2-story brick home. I rang the bell and immediately heard a crashing sound. "Is everything okay in there?" I shouted. I heard Kate's voice call out, "Yes, I just ran into something." Minutes later, Kate came to the door, apologized for keeping me waiting, and expressed humiliation and embarrassment over the condition of her home. "I really don't feel good about you seeing the place like this," she said, clearly anxious. I reassured her that I would in no way judge her and that I was there to help. I reminded her that we were a team and that this was the next step in her therapy process. Up until now, Kate had been bringing items to sort through at the clinic so that I could teach her the tools she needed to begin letting go of things on her own at home. It can take a few months before a client who compulsively hoards is ready for a therapist to visit her home, to get a first-hand visual of the severity of the problem and exactly how this condition is affecting her environment. Even though we had developed a rapport and a supportive therapeutic relationship, it is quite common for a client to feel extreme anxiety the first time I visit his or her home. Reminding clients of my non-judgmental approach often helps them become comfortable enough to invite me in. Stepping into the entryway, it was clear that Kate had been shopping aggressively for many months. While there was not an ounce of trash in sight, some hoarded homes contain a mixture of trash and usable objects. The house was filled with shopping bags that had not been unpacked, mail-order boxes, and clothing with the tags still attached. While she had promised her husband repeatedly that she would get things put away, he noticed that Kate just kept bringing in more stuff. This is consistent with many people that I work with. They have good intentions, but lack the ability to follow through with them. Kate had multiple organizing systems, such as bins and plastic drawer sets, stacked on top of one another, ready to be filled, but because of the volume of stuff in the house, there was no place to put them, let alone put things in them. Kate suffered from compulsive hoarding, a debilitating anxiety condition in which a person is trapped in a prison of his or her possessions. People who are compulsive hoarders come from all ages, races, ethnicities, and religious backgrounds, and live all over the world. What all of these individuals have in common is a compulsive drive to acquire and a crippling inability to get rid of things they no longer need, to the point where their living spaces can't be used in a healthy, functional manner. I've visited the homes of people whose spouses had left them because they could no longer bear to live amid so much stuff, including garbage. Those who were in danger of losing their children to protective service agencies because the unsanitary state of their homes put their children at risk. And people whose entire homes were filled, floor to ceiling, with stacks of molding newspapers and magazines. I've worked with people who ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner with their families on their beds or other makeshift tables formed by an overturned box or two, because their dining area and coffee table were piled high with things so that there was no other place to eat. One man I met had so many ceramic dogs all over his home, he preferred them to people, that there was no place to sit. I have a very limited sense of smell, the result of a horseback riding accident when I was a child. Yet I have felt my eyes tear up at the powerful odor of urine or feces or rotting food. That morning, Kate and I decided to work on her bedroom. As we sorted through a pile of clothing, much of which was brand new but 2 sizes too small for Kate, I asked her why she kept piles of clothes that didn't fit. Well, it's too late to return them, and it feels like a waste. I spent money on them, she replied. I asked her when the last time was that these clothes might have fit her, and she replied that it had been years since she'd been that size. But they might fit me again, and so I saved them just in case, she said. I asked her how she felt when she saw those too small clothes. Did they make her feel good about herself? She admitted they did not, that they were a reminder that she'd put on weight. That led to a discussion of how the just-in-case thinking was part of what led her house to being hoarded, and that the real likelihood that she'd wear those exact clothes again, even if she did lose weight, was small, as they'd be out of style by that time. I suggested that the clothes and the clutter added to her stress level, because they caused conflict with her husband and made her feel as though she failed by gaining weight. While Kate felt initial anxiety at the thought of getting rid of that pile, she was eventually able to let go of the clothes and donate most of them to the Goodwill. Driving home from Kate's house, I thought about that makeup drawer. The fact was, every time I opened it, I felt a little wave of angst and disappointment with myself for not doing anything about it. Besides, all that makeup that I'd bought and never used, what a waste of money. And that space could be better used for something else. Why had I let it go for so long? I sounded just like Kate. Those thoughts, that it would be wasteful to throw away something I spent money on, or that I might need it one day, or that it's still perfectly good and useful, are the exact same thoughts that run through the minds of people who suffer from compulsive hoarding. Of course, my makeup drawer doesn't get in the way of my living a happy and productive life. But it occurred to me at that moment that many of us have a relationship with our things that could be improved upon. We are all on a continuum, from the man who saves nothing because he can't stand even a bit of disorganization, to the guy whose house is tidy enough, but whose garage is a museum of unfinished projects and boxes of historical artifacts, to a woman like Kate, or someone with a more severe case. If we all have similar irrational thoughts about our things, I've been known to buy more than one of something I didn't need because it was a good deal, another common rationalization for excessive acquiring. Perhaps there is something we can all learn from the treatment of people at the extreme end of this continuum. That's how this book came to be. To the extent that clutter gets in the way of living in the kind of environment we'd like to be living in, and leaves us feeling stressed or remiss, we can all improve our relationships to our possessions. Our clutter not only takes up physical space in our homes and offices, but it also occupies needless mental space, space that could be used to enjoy the lives we've worked so hard to build. I believe that's one of the reasons the A&E show Höärdör, on which I am a contributing psychologist, is so popular. Of course, there is the shock factor of looking into the lives of people with an extreme and highly visible problem. But I also hear from viewers who say that they see a little bit of themselves or someone they know in these extreme cases, that they can in some way relate to what those who compulsively hoard are going through. I see it as my mission, both at my clinic and as a public face in the treatment for people struggling with compulsive hoarding, to help foster an environment of compassion around this condition and those who suffer from it. People who hoard don't want to live the way they do. Many are working hard to overcome the condition, which is not a character flaw but an anxiety-related issue, the result of differences in brain chemistry that lead to the inability to make decisions about their possessions. I have a passion to help people improve their lives, and nothing gives me greater pleasure than to help someone work to understand what causes him to acquire and have difficulty letting go, and help him to reorganize his life, both emotionally and in terms of his physical environment. It is rewarding for me to see clients create better relationships with the people they love and begin to live happier lives as a result of treatment. Unfortunately, not everyone can afford to get help, and insurance companies are often reluctant to pay for the services of clinicians, organizers, and other specialists. This book will help those who are struggling with this condition and who don't have access to the kind of help they need. But you don't need to have a severe problem with clutter or hoarding to benefit from the techniques and tools that I will share in the chapters to come. We all have our version of that makeup drawer, whether it's a chaotic office with boxes and boxes of paper, a closet that is packed to the rafters with things we've been dreading going through, an overflowing pantry, or a house that just never seems calm because of all the piles on every surface. Clutter affects us not only in a practical way, how much easier it might be to get out the door in the morning if you didn't need to frantically hunt for your sunglasses, and how many fewer arguments you would get into with your spouse if you'd paid that bill on time, the one you put down and forgot about, but also in an emotional sense. An uncluttered space helps to allow for a less cluttered mind. Getting to the bottom of why we live the way we do is the first step. I'm glad you'll be taking this journey with me. Chapter 1. Pack Rats, Clutterers, and Compulsive Hoarders. You would never have suspected that Joan suffered from compulsive hoarding. When I first met her at my office in Sacramento, I saw an impeccably dressed African-American woman of 50, who I knew from the referral was a highly regarded administrator at an insurance company, the model of efficiency and attention to detail at work for 2 decades. The first time I saw her home, however, was a very different story. Joan was at level 4 out of 5 on the clutter hoarding scale, an assessment tool devised by the National Study Group of Chronic Disorganization, NSGCD, in St. Louis. In broad terms, someone at level 4 would have significant difficulty cleaning a home without professional help. Conditions of the home are unsanitary or otherwise hazardous. Food is often rotting on counters, and rodents and insects may be visible in multiple locations. Rooms in the home are so packed with objects that they are unusable for their original purpose, and there's mold and structural damage to the home. And when pets are present, there is an accumulated animal waste. Joan's house met all of these conditions. It was hard to imagine that this calm, confident woman could emerge every day from such a place. The first thing I noticed about Joan's house was the smell. Even with my impaired sense of smell, the odor of ammonia and feces was overwhelming. The cat's litter box, which was in the dining room, was overflowing, but a walk through the house made it clear that the 2 cats had long since given up on it, and were urinating and defecating everywhere. Joan's 3 bedrooms were unusable. Piles of clothes and books, many contaminated with cat waste, were everywhere, and disorganized to-do piles of bills, receipts, and laundry covered the living room. In the kitchen, the counters were piled with old food and dirty, empty food containers. Canned goods and packaged foods overflowed from the pantry because Joan had bought multiples of the same items. The freezer was so full that it had frozen shut. Gnats flew everywhere. When I pulled open the freezer door and peered inside, I saw countless dead insects that had somehow worked their way into the seal. I pointed this out to Joan, who didn't seem terribly bothered by it. She said something vague about meaning to call the exterminator. I've seen worse homes in my years of treating people who hoard, but what I remember most about Joan's house is the plastic bags filled with cat feces that were sitting by the litter box, leaning up against the sliding glass door to the backyard. Apparently, Joan would scoop the contents of the litter box into the bag, intend to place the bags into the garbage, and either forget or find herself unable to lift it. She said she was always meaning to call someone to help her throw it out, but she never did. As a result, bags of cat waste sat in the living room. Joan, like many who compulsively hoard, had a system, albeit one that didn't work well. She was full of good intentions, but the time to take care of all the things she meant to simply never came. There were always, as with many of us, more important things to do. Joan's case exemplifies to me many of the things people don't understand about hoarding. Many people judge hoarders harshly, believing them to be lazy, unsanitary, uncaring, selfish, self-absorbed, or narcissistic. Joan's personality couldn't be further from any of these traits. She was desperate to live differently. She just didn't know how, and she needed help. Joan completed the 6-week intensive outpatient program at my clinic, which involves extensive hours of therapy and home visits. While her home wasn't perfectly free of clutter when she was discharged from the program, she now lives a very different life than she did before treatment. She currently works with a therapist one-on-one, and she continues to improve. Author's note: I would like to be clear that I am using the term hoarder and later clutterer not to label someone who is suffering from compulsive hoarding or who has a tendency toward clutter, but rather as a shorthand way of referring to that person. I dislike the use of labels because labels are limiting and seem to obscure the potential for change that each one of us has inside of us. In using these terms, I am in no way indicating that a compulsive hoarder, clutterer, or even pack rat is the entirety of who that person is. It simply describes behaviors that impact the person's life. In my practice, and on the A&E show Hoarders, I work with people like Joan, who suffer from compulsive hoarding, an anxiety condition in which individuals are simply unable to prevent themselves from accumulating and saving oftentimes shocking amounts of stuff, most of which an outside observer would consider useless garbage. Some 3 million people in this country are thought to compulsively hoard, but I believe that number is a gross underestimate due to the shame, guilt, embarrassment, and fear that prevent many people from seeking help. In extreme hoarding situations, people may live in squalor, with conditions so unsanitary and hazardous that their physical safety and that of their loved ones and pets is at risk. I have seen contamination from food, garbage, and human and animal waste eat through the walls and floorboards of a home, leaving gaping holes and wood riddled with insects. It's difficult to imagine how someone could think a platter of food with visible mold could ever be worth saving. You have likely heard of the legendary Collier brothers, 2 wealthy eccentrics who were found dead in their brownstone by New York City police and firemen in 1947, amidst their 130 tons of belongings. E.L. Doctorow novelized their lives in a book released in 2009, and for years, mothers in New York City cited their example. You don't want to wind up like the Collier brothers, do you? To motivate their children to clean their rooms. Extreme and sometimes tragic cases of compulsive hoarding continue to be reported regularly. Just last year, a Las Vegas woman who was reported missing by her husband was found dead 4 months later in her own home, buried under a pile of her belongings. Law enforcement and investigators had searched the place several times. For our dogs to go through that house and not find something should be indicative of the tremendous environmental challenges they faced. A police spokesperson said, "It is impossible to walk into a home like that and not wonder, how did things get this bad? And how can a person live this way?" The answer is complicated. As complicated as the minds of people who suffer from compulsive hoarding, a condition that can lead to severe isolation, depression, and physical degeneration, as well as interfere with someone's ability to earn a living and function in society. One reason people can live like that for so long is because they become habituated to their environment. That is, they simply get used to it. They adjust, accommodate to it, and work around the obstacles. Randy O. Frost, Ph.D., who studies compulsive hoarding at Smith College, calls this symptom clutter blindness. It's an apt term, because those who hoard often do not see what the rest of us do when we look at the same pile of stuff. They see a lot of useful possessions or rooms that are a bit disorganized, while we see complete chaos and mountains of randomly collected items. This is a problem of perception. Sometimes it is not until an outsider comes in, be it a friend, someone like me who is there to help, or an agent from the state or county who is evaluating whether children or animals can live safely in a home, that the wall of denial that many hoarders have built around themselves can be broken down. Sometimes, but not always, they see the way they've been living through others' eyes and realize that their lives have spun out of control. On other occasions, sadly, they are unable to recognize the severity of their problem. A cluttered life. I'm like many people in that I'm far more likely to want to give the bathroom an extra scrubbing, or perhaps finally go through that stack of junk mail on the side table if I have company coming over. I'm a very organized person and somewhat private. I don't want the world to see my mess, the minutiae of my life. I like to present a polished exterior, and my home is a reflection of that by and large. Of course, a few piles that need to be sorted through, or even a crazy, messy laundry room where random holiday decorations and outgrown bicycles are stored, isn't a big deal, and many people have messy basements, garages, or attics where they keep things. Still, we can all do with less mess. And I think what we have in common with those who are compulsive hoarders is a large part of the appeal of the A&E show Hoarders, and why there has been so much coverage on the condition in recent years. Fortunately, this media exposure has led many more people to seek treatment because they know that they are not alone. I think the majority of us see a tiny bit of ourselves reflected in hoarders. And as you'll soon discover in the chapters to come, the way hoarders think about their possessions is in many ways not terribly different from the way non-hoarders approach the stuff in their lives. For the purposes of this book, I will refer to people who are not suffering from compulsive hoarding, but who have a problem with clutter as non-hoarders, or sometimes clutterers. I can't tell you how many times I've asked my clients why they can't get rid of an individual item, and their answer is, because I'm afraid if I throw it out, I'll need it in the future. On other occasions I hear, because it would be wasteful to get rid of something that could still be used. Or, "It was such a good deal I couldn't pass it up." Or, "This item was given to me by someone I love and I don't feel right about throwing it out." Those are very common reasons to acquire or keep things. Who doesn't think some version of those thoughts when going through his or her belongings? What differentiates someone with this condition from a non-hoarder, of course, is that a hoarder is unable to take into account important factors, like whether keeping an item may cause him more harm than good, the inability to make rational decisions about whether to keep things or let go of them, the degree of anxiety experienced when trying to sort through personal effects, and the sheer volume of belongings are all hallmarks of a compulsive hoarder. But the thought processes of a person on the far end of the hoarding spectrum and the thought processes of a person like me are not so different. While there are clinical differences between people who suffer from compulsive hoarding and those who are not struggling with this condition, when it comes to some of the behaviors and thought patterns, it is to some extent a matter of degree. For that reason, I believe we can all benefit from gaining a better understanding of this condition and how it's treated, even if your home has only an average amount of clutter and mess. It's easy to see how clutter, even if it's not on the level of the Collier brothers, can interfere with your life in very practical ways and cause you to waste many hours of your week searching for things that you need. It can also make it difficult to be calm and present and enjoy your life to the fullest, and cause unnecessary stress and frustration. Teresa's story perfectly illustrates how too much stuff can add stress to your life, even if you don't have an actual hoarding problem, but struggle with clutter like so many more of us. A nurse and the mother of 2 boys, Teresa, age 43, is always panicked in the morning, no matter how early she sets her alarm. She allots sufficient time to shower and get her kids ready for school, but inevitably she can't find one essential item she needs before heading out the door. One day it's her sunglasses, another it's her passport, which is required to complete a tax form at work. It's not uncommon for her husband to find Teresa, 5 minutes after she should have left to drop off the kids, dressed in her uniform, on her hands and knees, cursing like a sailor and searching through dust bunnies under her bed for the left shoe that matches the one on her right foot. Teresa's house isn't terribly messy, just the usual explosion of stuff that comes with living with 2 sons and never having time to put things away properly. But it drives her batty. Teresa is a perfectionist. She can't think of the perfect place to put things, the perfect system to keep everything organized. So she procrastinates on organizing and frequently cannot find what she needs. More often than not, Teresa gives up, slips on a second-choice pair of shoes that she's not happy with, and races out the door. Once at school, her boys race from the car to their classrooms to beat the morning bell. Teresa sits in the parking lot, feeling frazzled and stressed, and applies her makeup in the rearview mirror. If you asked Teresa if she likes her morning routine, she'd say no, but that she's too busy to constantly clean up, and the amount of stuff that a family of 4 requires is simply too much for her to keep under control. She does what she can to contain the chaos, but has largely surrendered to it. Frankly, she'd rather spend time with her kids and relax on the weekend than organize. Still, living the way she does affects Teresa and her family on a daily basis. She's overwhelmed, often late, and never feels quite together. There's always something that she should be doing to get her house in order, and it weighs on her, so she can't just relax at home after work. every pile is a reminder of a job not yet done. If her house were in better shape, and if she could find a way to function more efficiently within it, she would, without a doubt, be happier, and so would her family. Learning from the extreme cases. Because we are all on a continuum of clutter, it can be helpful to know more about what compulsive hoarding is and how the condition manifests. Surprisingly, it was not until 1996 that psychologists Randy O. Frost and Tamara Hartle proposed a theoretical framework to describe hoarding. In their model, they suggested that people who hoard experience a combination of information processing deficits, distorted beliefs about and emotional attachments to their possessions, and difficulty with organization. To break it down further, information processing deficits can make it difficult to make good decisions about what to bring into the home and what to let go of. As a result, for compulsive hoarders, there is an excessive accumulation of objects that begins to take over, room by room. Dysfunctional beliefs about the worth of their stuff further prevent them from discarding or letting go. I can fix it. Someone may want it. If I let this go, I will regret it. Ultimately resulting in their keeping and holding on to more stuff than the house can sustain. Problems with organization, categorization, and attention contribute to the hoarding behavior. And it's not long before the house is no longer functional, personal safety is compromised, and relationships are impacted. Further, while there is nothing wrong with having lots of possessions, those who struggle with hoarding are not able to balance what comes into the home with what goes out. A related phenomenon, identified by Fred Penzel, Ph.D., is called pseudo-hoarding. This is when people have difficulty throwing things out, not because they are invested in saving the objects, but because they fear there will be something valuable mixed in with the trash that will be accidentally discarded. Their homes look hoarded, but these people would not be classified as compulsive hoarders. Attaching deep emotional significance to possessions is not, in and of itself, abnormal. But whereas you or I might not want to part with a childhood teddy bear that once brought us comfort, someone who is dealing with compulsive hoarding might attach even greater emotional importance to such items, and to a much greater range and number of things, sometimes attributing to them human emotions, such as imagining how the bear would feel if it was thrown out. A hoarder will often imagine how she herself would feel if she were discarded, and find the thought of inflicting those painful feelings on even an inanimate object unbearable. Someone who hoards may also attribute emotional significance to items much more readily. So there are many, many items she becomes deeply attached to. In some cases, a hoarder may feel as though the object is a part of their identity, and to discard it would be like throwing out a part of themselves. Whereas non-hoarders might have a few items that they cherish and take special care of, a person who hoards might feel just as attached to the piles and boxes and bags of stuff that seem dispensable to others as she is to a special memento. I treated a woman named Jennifer, who was a beautiful, capable mother of grown children. She had lost her mother a year before we met, and Jennifer found herself unable to part with rooms full of items that had belonged to her mother, who had also hoarded. The loss of her mother was devastating, she said, and although she held a job and was entirely functional in every other way, the thought of sorting through or parting with any of her mother's things was more than she could handle. Meanwhile, she herself had accumulated excessive stuff or things over the years, so there were piles of clothing and garbage all over her home. Jennifer had also been keeping dogs, 14 of them, whose waste could be found in every room. The result was that she hadn't seen her floor in 2 years, and she was completely isolated from the outside world. When her children came over to visit, they had no place to sit and frequently found themselves stepping in dog feces. They were so angry and frustrated that after a while they stopped coming inside the house and would only ring the doorbell and say hello from outside. One of them stopped speaking to Jennifer altogether. I was called when there was so much damage to the house from the horde, broken windows and panes, that it needed to be cleared so a repairman could fix it. He also needed to fix the leaky roof, which the horde prevented him from doing. She and I, along with a cleaning crew, sorted through her things, room by room, item by item. There were many relics that she agonized over putting in the trash. She was self-deprecating about her problem, and she laughed and put on a brave face when she felt embarrassed or sad. In order to help her, I had to encourage her not to laugh away the feelings of grief over her mother's death, and to let those feelings surface, and to acknowledge that the way she'd been living had been getting in the way of her relationships with her children. Her need to avoid the emotions that she knew would arise in making decisions about her mother's things was so strong that she was paralyzed at the thought of cleaning up. After days of digging out, we uncovered Jennifer's Barbie collection. These dolls had provided her with some of the happiest play memories she had as a child, but they were destroyed by water damage, dust, and dirt. The irony that she had saved these dolls because they were important to her, but that in saving more things than she could care for, she destroyed the dolls, was not lost on her. She felt like she'd let her Barbies down by not protecting them and keeping them safely in their containers. Her daughter was through helping, and at that point, Jennifer seemed more concerned about the dolls' feelings than those of her children. I see this quite often. The attachment to things seems more important to a hoarder than her attachment to the people in her life. As a result, her fear of losing something valuable results in the loss of many valuable things and relationships. The disorganized thinking that is characteristic of compulsive hoarding is partly what leads to the inability to make good decisions about what to keep and what to toss, or whether or not to acquire something in the first place. Oftentimes, a hoarder has difficulty paying attention or staying on task, and may even be suffering from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Other people who hoard might have problems with categorization, meaning they have a difficult time sorting their possessions into types of objects, and so deciding what to do with each item becomes incredibly time-consuming and feels overwhelming. Joan, for example, had her to-do piles, but rather than a stack of mail that needed to be opened, bills that needed to be paid, a pair of shoes that needed to be returned to the store, and a basket of laundry that needed to be washed, her to-do pile contained all of these things, because in her mind they all went together. They were all things she needed to take care of more or less immediately. When she came home, she'd put her keys on top of her to-do pile, which makes a certain kind of sense. If you follow her logic, her keys would be where she was most likely to look, among the things she needed to take care of, but practically guaranteed they'd be buried in no time. Still, other hoarders have trouble with procrastination. That's another irony. Many people who hoard are perfectionists who are paralyzed into inaction because they cannot decide on the ideal place to put something, and as a result, their homes are the farthest thing from perfect. The anxiety they experience when they consider that they might put an item in the wrong place, or in trying to decide what the right place is, makes them avoid dealing with the item altogether. Hoarders will put an item somewhere, anywhere, as a temporary measure, until they can figure out the right place, but they never find that place, and so the hoard grows and causes enormous stress, not just to the person who is hoarding, but to anyone who lives in the household. One of my clients, Sierra, had so much stuff and was so disorganized that she'd walk from the car with a bag of groceries, often perishables like meats and dairy, and put them down wherever she had room in her house. Occasionally, she'd even set them outside the back door temporarily. The problem was that her house was filled to the ceiling with stuff. It was so unlivable that her husband had divorced her a year earlier. Sierra would think, "I'll come get that stuff and put it away as soon as I find the right place." But that usually didn't happen. How long the food sat out varied, but much of the time it spoiled. Sierra and I had many discussions about whether specific items were reasonable to keep. While some of the food might have been edible, I'd argue that it wasn't worth the risk. Sierra felt throwing it away was wasteful. Not surprisingly, people who hoard also often have symptoms of depression. This is understandable when you think of what their environment and sense of powerlessness does to them. Having a home that isn't presentable can lead to shame, social isolation, and loneliness. Even if a person is clutter-blind, he often knows on some level that the way he lives is not how non-hoarders live, and so he avoids having people over. What's more, when the halls and stairwells of a home are so cluttered that there's no room to walk around, the opportunity for physical exertion is very limited, leading to sluggishness and, in many cases, the worsening of health problems, which in itself can lead to or compound depression. Barry, who along with his wife Melissa suffered from compulsive hoarding, is an example of how the condition can worsen depression and other health issues. Barry was in his mid-40s and had been in a car accident that left him with chronic back pain. His apartment was so packed with things that he spent most of his time on the couch watching TV. Their apartment was cluttered mainly with boxes of possessions he'd had all his life and that he carried with him each time he moved. The boxes contained a variety of items: train sets, clothing that no longer fit, several jackets from when he lived on the East Coast, items that he no longer needed living in California, and tools from a job that he had had 5 years earlier. He could part with none of these items and continued to buy more of the same. He had the idea that he and Melissa might move back east, so he would go online and purchase more cold-weather clothing just in case. He also bought tools on eBay in the hope that one day he'd be able to work on cars again. Even though his back problems made that unlikely, these new items would remain in their boxes, which would pile all the way up to the ceiling. Barry was on disability and felt so depressed about his physical health that he lacked the will and the energy to get up to unpack the boxes and organize his things. Because he rarely moved around or engaged with others, his muscles, body, and mind continued to atrophy. He prepared all his food in the microwave, as evidenced by the empty packages stacked next to the couch that also served as his bed. Barry said he couldn't throw away the food packaging because he might want to go back and read the ingredients on the packages. When I asked him if he ever actually read the ingredients, he said no. Melissa, meanwhile, shopped to occupy her time, mostly for clothing. Interestingly enough, Melissa had no history of hoarding until she met Barry. I believe her hoarding was a response to the depressive environment in their apartment. She needed a distraction from her marriage, a way to make up for the joy that she wasn't getting from her relationship with Barry. The thrill of acquiring new things made her feel good, and it was something she had in common with her husband. But Barry and Melissa were at risk of losing their apartment because it was unsafe. Each blamed the other for having too much stuff. Ultimately, part of the therapeutic process included both of them taking responsibility for their acquiring behaviors and individually developing healthy spending habits that were controlled and managed. There are also a small number of people who hoard animals rather than things per se. It's not known exactly how many people hoard animals, but it's most likely a small percentage of those who hoard. In animal hoarding, the person becomes very attached to her pets for company and for an emotional outlet. But she tends to have so many that she can't properly take care of them all, and her environment suffers for it. She also tends to deny the suffering and harmful conditions in which the animals are living and the medical problems that they may visibly have. Someone is considered to have a problem with compulsive animal hoarding if there are too many animals for the person to take proper care of, if the animals don't have adequate food, water, or shelter, or if they don't have adequate medical care or attention. Who falls into compulsive hoarding? It can be very frustrating for sufferers of this condition to not be able to understand why they are compelled to hoard. And I am often asked, is it nature or nurture? In other words, is someone genetically predisposed to hoarding, or does it have to do with the way the person was raised or events that have transpired in her life? But looking at it as simply nature versus nurture is a bit too simplistic. The condition has both genetic and environmental influences, but even taking those into account, it's not really possible to accurately predict whether a person will end up hoarding. We do know that genetic factors contribute to those who are compulsive hoarders, and in situations in which there is a strong family history, it is likely that this predisposition is contributing to the hoarding behavior. It could also be a sign that hoarding is a learned response to managing anxiety. If a child sees her mother holding on to things as a way of dealing with loss, she may learn that doing so is a way to manage her own feelings. Most experts agree that it is likely that each of these influences plays a role. If someone is genetically predisposed to hoarding, it is going to be harder for her to resist developing the tendency herself if she is exposed to environmental factors. Sometimes we also see a history of other anxiety-related conditions in the families of people who hoard. That said, there are plenty of people who grow up in homes with parents who hoard, who do not become compulsive hoarders themselves. These people may even react in opposition to the environmental influences of their childhood and may have a low tolerance for clutter. Or perhaps they simply aren't genetically predisposed to hoard. Ultimately, compulsive hoarding is a complex condition, requiring specialized treatment that needs to be tailored to meet and address each individual's circumstances. Generally speaking, behaviors consistent with hoarding develop early in life, yet people don't tend to seek treatment until their 50s. This condition is believed to affect men more frequently than women, although in my clinic I find that more women than men seek help. Compulsive hoarding appears to become more pronounced later in life, probably for circumstantial reasons. For instance, when someone goes to college, his hoarding tendencies tend to be contained, because he's living in one room or with a roommate whose irritation with the clutter helps him keep it in check. Later, perhaps, he meets someone and gets married, and the presence of a partner initially has a positive influence. Eventually, though, a person's loved one comes to accept a certain amount of clutter. Dad is really into tools and has taken over the garage, and, like the hoarder himself, become habituated to the environment. The living conditions typically spiral downward gradually. When children are grown and out of the house, a person who hoards can become more isolated. An empty nest means he has more room to hoard, and often he stops having people over. A lack of outside perspective from visitors means that he can remain in denial about his home, and the stuff keeps accumulating. As in the case of Jennifer, whose daughter came to help her clear the house, a hoarder's grown children are often stunned by the way their parent lives. Spouses frequently get fed up with living in clutter and threaten to leave if the house isn't cleaned. I'm also often asked if hoarding is the result of deprivation in childhood. For example, if a person grows up very poor and without the things she needs, does that make her more likely to hoard her possessions as an adult? That can happen. I've seen people who have worried that there was never enough food to eat and now overstock and hoard food. But in my experience, deprivation is not generally the trigger. There are people who hoard who grew up with everything they needed and more. And there are many people who grew up with very little and don't struggle with compulsive hoarding. Hoarding is also not necessarily a result of a trauma, although if someone has a tendency toward compulsive hoarding, a trauma can trigger the condition. And there is research that shows that the more traumatic life events the subject had, the more severe their hoarding problems were. It is well known, for instance, that Holocaust survivors were seen to hoard food, money, clothing, and other items. Jenny, a 50-year-old mother I worked with who had lost her infant son inexplicably through crib death, stands out in my mind. I don't believe she would have started to compulsively hoard had she not suffered a severe trauma that caused her life to take a turn for the worse. Another heartbreaking case was Bill, a respected police officer who was called to the scene of a fatal car accident one night to find that it was his own daughter who had been hit by a drunk driver. He was shattered. After taking a leave of absence, he could not resume work, because any time he was called to a traffic accident, he feared that another one of his family members might be involved. Bill simply couldn't pull himself out of his sadness and became a recluse. His food was delivered, and he shopped online to avoid having to drive anywhere. Bill limited opportunities for family members to visit and began to occupy his time with collecting Incan artifacts. The thrill of finding a special piece or a good deal would overtake him, and he filled his house with these items, many of which were stacked in boxes in rooms that were no longer accessible. It wasn't long before the inside of Bill's house was only accessible via narrow paths running through it. Out of concern, his family finally threatened to report him to Adult Protective Services unless he sought help. A condition, not a character flaw. The hardest part about my public role in helping people who suffer from compulsive hoarding is the judgments that are heaped upon them. On online forums on compulsive hoarding and my own Facebook page, I've seen people who lash out, calling those with compulsive hoarding cruel and hurtful names, from crazy to lazy and many in between. Are some hoarders lazy? Of course. But so are many non-hoarders. You can be both lazy and have mental health issues. I have met many people with this condition who want very much to get better and improve their lives, but simply don't know how and or cannot do it alone. There is also evidence that people with compulsive hoarding have brain chemistry abnormalities that impair their ability to make rational decisions. Sanjaya Saxena, M.D., professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of California, San Diego, and a world-renowned neuropsychiatrist specializing in obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, and his team have used positron emission tomography, PET imaging, to discover distinct patterns of brain activity that are associated with compulsive hoarding. Their studies suggest that compulsive hoarders are more likely to have mild atrophy or an unusual shape to their frontal lobes, which is the part of the brain associated with executive functions and decision-making. Most psychological disorders run on a continuum, from the very mild to the extreme. You don't have to be paralyzed by major depression, unable to get out of bed or overwhelmed with thoughts of suicide, to relate to feeling down or in a rut, or even have a period of depression yourself. You needn't have generalized anxiety disorder to be familiar with feelings of anxiety or have the occasional sleepless night. The same is true of compulsive hoarding. We are all on a continuum when it comes to our relationships with our things, from the mild to the extreme, and we all experience varying degrees of distress because of it. This makes intuitive sense, but has also been studied under controlled conditions. Environmental psychology research in the workplace has shown that overall, people prefer an orderly, less cluttered environment, and that cluttered, disorganized space is associated with higher anxiety and poorer work performance. Interestingly, those who saw a space as more cluttered, even if it was a relatively neat space, felt more anxious in it, which speaks to the fact that one person might be greatly affected by a level of clutter that doesn't bother someone else. One survey, commissioned by Rubbermaid, which makes containers for organizing, found that 91% of people are overwhelmed by clutter in their homes at least some of the time, and half don't have friends over because of it. 88% wish they had less clutter. In addition, 57% report feeling stressed, and 42% are more anxious when their house is unorganized or cluttered. Whether you simply have bags of paperwork and bills that sit in the basement because you don't know what to do with them, or you're like Teresa and your every morning is a frantic, joyless treasure hunt that starts off your day with too much stress, whether you're someone who lives in a pristine home with a secret closet teeming with things that you're dreading going through, or whether you avoid having people over sometimes because you can't bring yourself to clean, the things I've learned about what we all have in common with compulsive hoarders can help us all live a little freer. In the chapters that follow, you'll discover where you fall on the continuum and learn how to think about your home and your things differently so that you can live in an uncluttered space with an uncluttered mind. Chapter 2. Our Love Affair with Stuff. Our things aren't merely utilitarian objects like some crude weapons and eating implements our ancestors once fashioned out of stone. In our consumerist society, even minimalists have countless catalogs from which to order streamlined accessories to decorate their spare spaces, and, of course, own far more than they need to survive. And this can be wonderful. Many of the finer things in life aren't strictly necessary. No one really needs a coffee table book of beautiful Ansel Adams nature photography, or a collection of miniature model boats from the turn of the century. Perhaps you need a car, but no one technically needs a beautiful piece of machinery that makes you feel like a rock star when you drive it. Lord knows I don't need my collection of Swarovski crystals, I merely like it. These things give us pleasure when we look at, touch, or use them. And perhaps they remind us of events in our past that fill us with joy or rich memories. Maybe they represent status or achievement. Your hard work has given you the means to buy things that bring you pleasure. But could you survive without them? Probably. However, the proliferation of cool, new, and often mass-produced and affordable stuff makes it easy to have much more than we need, or even more than serves the benign purpose of making us feel good. I think of it as analogous to obesity in this country. There's nothing wrong with enjoying food and having treats, of course. But unlike our ancestors, who had to search for and work to acquire food, which often required extreme physical exertion or travel over great distances, we live in an environment where food is readily available almost all the time, even in the most unusual places. When we stand in the checkout aisle of Staples with our toner cartridge, it's hard to resist grabbing a giant jar of pretzels or a bag of chips. The availability of relatively cheap, high-calorie food everywhere we look isn't the only reason people are overweight, but it certainly contributes to the problem. The same goes for material goods. How many times have you walked into a drugstore for one or two items and walked out with half a dozen? It happens to me frequently. Perhaps you truly needed more than you thought you did when you entered the store, but odds are you bought an item because it seemed like something you might need, it was a good deal, or it was just plain interesting. Gee, I wonder if that pedicure egg-shaped foot callus scraper thing I saw on TV really works. The next thing you know, you have lots of stuff that you didn't set out to buy, and that stuff comes home with you, cluttering your bathroom. It seems a waste to throw away something that you spent good money on, and so, oftentimes, there it sits, even if you don't use it. Almost all of us have far more than we need or could use. This has become the norm in our fortunate, relatively wealthy society. The hoarder's perspective. Now imagine experiencing the lure of what I just described in the drugstore or in Staples, but magnified by thousands. People who compulsively hoard see value, the potential use for, and meaning in many, many more things than the rest of us do, and because of the anxiety they experience about these objects, they often make impulsive decisions about what they need in the moment. This goes for people who shop in stores as well as those who scavenge at garage sales and rummage through what others have put out on the curb as trash. Most people would look at a stained, frayed old chair with the stuffing coming out, the laminate peeling off, and a leg missing, and see an item that isn't worth the effort of refurbishing, even if it's free. A person who hoards, on the other hand, might see its essential form as a chair, and a chair is something someone, anyone, could use. He would minimize the chair's structural and aesthetic problems, or even view them as challenges that would be exciting to overcome. It's a form of excessively distorted optimism, both about the item's potential value as well as the amount of time and energy the person who hoards must devote to making it useful. People who hoard often script the future, but the script is typically not a realistic prediction. Jason, 32, who came to me for OCD-related issues 2 years ago, is one such person. Jason was on disability from his job as a truck driver and was quite handy at repairing electronics. He would go to garage sales in hopes of getting a good deal on an appliance he could fix, or a device that he could take apart and use the parts to rehab another appliance for himself or someone else. Because he wasn't working, he had lots of time to tinker and was consumed in his hunt for good deals. His 2-bedroom apartment was already filled with computers, most of which were outdated and would have cost more to repair than to purchase new. His kitchen was piled high with dirty, stained appliances, such as blenders, coffee pots, microwaves, and toasters, and even curling irons and blow dryers. He wasn't married and had a shaved head. Jason spent what little money he had on these projects and was at the limit on his credit cards. Jason had people in mind who he thought might want these special treasures. If there really had been a market for his items, his thinking would not have been unusual. But Jason's grand ideas of all he could accomplish with his repair projects were not grounded in reality. They were thinking errors, also called cognitive distortions. Questioning some of our strongly held beliefs, the ones that do not serve us and, in fact, prevent us from moving forward in our lives, is the basic tenet of cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, the modality that has been shown to be most effective in treating compulsive hoarding. We all have cognitive distortions of one kind or another that contribute to our clutter, which I will go into in detail in later chapters. Jason's beliefs were not realistic given his life circumstances, and led him to make poor decisions. On a practical level, he didn't have the money to purchase the parts needed to fix the appliances, and because he had so many, most of them just sat collecting dust. What's more, many of the people that he had in mind to give the appliances to weren't interested in them and didn't need them. He had not been able to give away or sell an item for 6 years. His apartment was filled because the pleasure he felt in the thrill of the kill and his desire to give to others compelled him to keep hunting for treasures that no one else considered valuable. One of my roles with a patient like this is to talk him through his thinking errors, to help him see that although his beliefs make sense and sound logical to him, they are not, and they contribute to his home being uninhabitable. I also try to suggest other beliefs that he could replace the faulty ones with. Some of Jason's distorted beliefs included, "If I see value in it, someone else will," which clearly wasn't the case. He also thought, "If I pass this good deal up and find someone who might be able to use it, I will regret it," which he believed to be true. But because he never actually passed up a good deal, he never got to find out if it was true or not. The thought of passing up the deal caused him so much anxiety that he simply took home whatever broken appliance he came across to avoid feeling it. The regret in passing up an item or getting rid of broken appliances, as Jason imagined it, was overwhelming and crippling, not momentary and manageable. Walking around his house with him, I saw that most of the appliances, from my perspective, would not have been those that others would have wanted. Jason could not see this, however. He saw value in the satisfaction he expected to experience in fixing them and giving them as gifts. The excitement in Jason's eyes while he relived how he acquired his finds, how little they cost, and whom he intended to give them to, reminded me of how a drug addict lights up at the thought of a score. When he talked to me, it was clear that adrenaline had taken over, and adrenaline likely ruled him during his acquiring sprees. In the several sessions I later had with him in my office, he did not betray the same level of excitement and energy that he had in that moment, which led me to conclude that Jason was strongly compelled by the pleasurable feelings of being near the objects and acquiring them. Some people who hoard are driven more strongly by the need to acquire than others. Some, like Joan, who didn't go out on gathering or shopping sprees, are more plagued by the inability to get rid of things, rather than a drive to go out and forage. To encourage Jason to question his cognitive distortions, in a non-judgmental tone, I asked him if it was his belief that the coffee maker sitting in front of me would be of value to someone else, even though it had no coffee pot. He said yes, because perhaps he might be able to find a pot, or the person he intended to give it to might have one. I then asked him to rate his anxiety level on a scale of 0 to 10 if he had to let go of the coffee maker, so we could experiment to see if his prediction of what he would feel was accurate. This process of encouraging a patient to practice letting go of valued objects and sitting with the stress and anxiety is called exposure, and it's a primary component of treating compulsive hoarding. I will ask a client to rate the amount of anxiety he feels at the thought of giving up an item, and then, when he does give up the item, ask him whether he feels as bad as he thought he would. Far more often than not, he finds that his prediction of how much anxiety he'd feel was far worse than what he actually felt, and in doing so, he learns that he can handle parting with the things he doesn't need. It's a process. It's not as if a compulsive hoarder does it once and from then on has no problem discarding his hoarded items, but with practice it becomes easier and represents real progress. Chapter 5 contains much more on exposure. Jason, however, reported that the anxiety he experienced at giving up the coffee maker was an 8 out of 10. This was too high a level for me to ask him to part with it, so we walked around looking for another item that might represent a 2 or 3 level range of anxiety. But we never found it. Nothing was below a 7. I realized I had to continue to work with Jason on his cognitive distortions about the perceived value of the items. These cognitive distortions allowed him to avoid the anxiety he feared he would feel if he passed up what he perceived as a fantastic deal, and someone did, in fact, need the rehabbed appliance. He believed he would never be able to forgive himself if this happened. People with anxiety disorders, such as compulsive hoarding, suffer from distorted thinking about the future, and many fear they will never get over the regret of letting go of a particular item. Bringing the world into your home. When people like Jason, who have an overwhelming urge to acquire, bring home their latest acquisitions, they have great difficulty making decisions about how to incorporate the items into their home. Even if they find they have no use for them, they want to hold on because they never know if it will come in handy one day. I'm often asked where the line is drawn between what's normal in terms of acquiring and clutter and what is compulsive hoarding. Many people who do not suffer from compulsive hoarding do have what we call hoarding tendencies, or behaviors that are common among people who hoard. For example, a person might be unable to resist a deal and thus acquires too much, but is not disorganized, and the person does not become overly attached to too many things. Occasionally, I'll see strong tendencies in children or teenagers and know that those tendencies are at risk of blossoming into a more severe hoarding condition during adulthood if they aren't addressed. Typically, someone is in compulsive hoarding territory when his ability to function is impaired by his relationship to his stuff, and his stuff is taking over the living environment. To an extent, that line is subjective, and unfortunately, many with this condition lack the ability to see or acknowledge that their lives are, in fact, impaired by the way they live, even if it's exceedingly clear to their loved ones. Melissa, whom I mentioned in Chapter 1, lived in a thoroughly hoarded home with her husband, Barry. Their relationship had grown distant, and they argued frequently over the state of their home, which in itself can be a sign that things are out of control. Still, when I asked Melissa what she thought of the state of her home, she described it as a bit cluttered. Retail therapy to solve any problem. Added to the struggle many of us, hoarders and non-hoarders alike, have with keeping our lives organized and free of clutter, is the perception that the answers to many of our problems are available at the local mall, on sale, while supplies last. Shopping is a fun, soothing, social activity for many of us. I personally love to shop, especially with my mother. It's a way of bonding for us. Ubiquitous advertising and marketing messages lead us to believe that handy items or fabulous luxuries can instantly improve our lives. There's nothing that can't be solved by purchasing the right item or the newest gadget. You were doing just fine with your computer until you saw the new iPad, and all of a sudden you have a new thing to want, even though your needs haven't changed. Given how much the average person is affected by this messaging, imagine viewing the endless montage of advertising through the eyes of someone who has a particularly distorted view of what material possessions can and cannot do for them. Many people who struggle with hoarding acquire and shop to try to deal with emotions that they don't otherwise know how to manage. I once worked with a woman in her late 20s, Amanda, who lived with her parents and spent her days watching the Home Shopping Network, while at the same time surfing the internet for good deals. Her parents were fairly wealthy and did not require Amanda to work or, for the most part, engage in any activities during the day. Mind you, it wasn't that they didn't hope that she might pursue an educational or occupational endeavor, but they didn't press the issue. So Amanda would spend her days cooped up in her room, completely isolated from others, in her shopping frenzy. Part of the thrill for her was the ring of the doorbell. Amanda would fly down the stairs, often skipping steps, as if Santa Claus had just come in on his sleigh to deliver her gifts. "I'll get it," she would yell, running to greet the UPS or Federal Express driver. Once she had her treasure, she would run upstairs to slam the door and tear open her newest purchase. As soon as her purchase was unwrapped, however, she'd leave it where it landed, and there it sat. Amanda would immediately turn back to surfing the internet. This behavior went on until she was 27, and her parents called me for a consultation. Their house was becoming smaller and smaller. The hallways and upstairs rooms were filled with boxes. I encouraged them to set boundaries with Amanda, place financial limits on her, and express their expectations for her continued residence in their home. They tried, but Amanda just couldn't seem to follow through on these rules. Ultimately, She agreed to see me herself. It took only one home visit with Amanda for me to get a sense of her condition. She began to come into my office for therapy over the next several months. We talked about how her shopping was an empty and ineffective attempt to solve her bigger problem, which was loneliness. Uncomfortable in social situations, Amanda found that shopping gave her something to do and a sense of a connection to the outside world. Acquiring things she thought she wanted was, for her, a substitute for meaningful human interaction, something she craved but didn't know how to achieve. We talked about ways that she could begin to reintegrate herself into the community and let go of her compulsive shopping as a means of connecting with the world at large. She was able to commit to getting rid of items that were returnable and use the refunded money to begin attending college classes. Those items that she could not return were sold at multiple garage sales at her parents' home. After months of treatment and diligent at-home follow-up, Amanda shared the realization that she was hoping her stuff would make her feel happier, and admitted that she'd been living a very lonely existence. Non-hoarders with hoarding tendencies. Everyone has a tough time parting with his or her possessions to some degree. What distinguishes people who hoard from non-hoarders is just how difficult they find it, and how many items the person has difficulty parting with. Many non-hoarders regularly toss unnecessary items, clean out closets, and donate or make gifts of things they no longer have any use for. Not engaging in these kinds of cleaning and purging activities often enough to keep your home free of clutter, to the point that it makes a storage space or room unusable, is a hoarding tendency. My friend Alexa recently helped her mother clean out the home she lived in with Alexa's stepfather Robert after he passed away. The house always looked tidy. Alexa's mother is a neat person who isn't particularly sentimental about material things, but there were several rooms that had been her stepfather's domain. There, Alexa and her mother discovered piles and drawers full of papers, maps, ticket stubs, and matchbooks from trips taken before she and Robert were married, warranties for appliances long since replaced, and loads of artwork from his now grown children. They found unused ceramic mugs from public relations events he'd attended in the course of his work. They were at least 20 years old, since he had retired long before he died. Cheap canvas tote bags with corporate logos of companies he'd worked with over the years, and old cameras for which film was no longer made. They found piles of unused office supplies and envelopes so old the adhesive had dried up. There were caches of liquor, unopened bottles of wine and spirits that he'd received as gifts, which he'd stashed away with the intent of using for entertaining one day because Robert himself didn't drink. The amount of stuff was staggering, and none of it had been used for years. Robert would not be characterized as someone who hoards because his stuff didn't interfere with his life and his house was not a mess. But like many of us, he had hoarding tendencies, along with a large house and lots of nooks and crannies, and a lifetime to fill it up. He saw no need to throw away anything. As long as there was room for an object, why should he? Like many people, when faced with something for which he had no immediate use, he would keep it, just in case it could prove useful one day. When Alexa was cleaning up, she came across a large ball made of rubber bands, which she felt was symbolic of Robert's hoarding tendencies. Robert never used more than one or two of the rubber bands he took off his morning newspaper, but would fish them out of the trash if he saw that Alexa's mom had thrown one away and add them to the ball. While his grandchildren did in fact get a kick out of the rubber band ball a couple of times when they visited, he kept it long after they'd lost interest, just in case they decided they wanted to play with it again. Like the vast majority of us, Robert preferred to do other things with his time than sort through his stuff. Even though there was nothing unusual about Robert's relationship to his possessions, when he died, his wife was able to fill up a 22-foot-long dumpster with trash and donate truckloads more. It was particularly poignant for Alexa and her mother to see what he saved, because much of it was filled with intent, something I see constantly among people who suffer from this condition. Robert is a classic example of someone who had strong hoarding tendencies. Do you have hoarding tendencies? The following are tendencies that are very common in those who struggle with hoarding, and to a lesser extent in non-hoarders. Listen to the questions that follow, and note how many of these feelings resonate with you. 1. Do you have a hard time parting with items, even if you never use them or they're broken? 2. Do you have many items around your house that don't have a permanent home? 3. Do you tend to make piles of things to be dealt with at a future time, and these piles often linger for more than a few days? 4. Are there areas in your home, the dining room table for instance, that must be cleared off before they can be used for their intended purpose? 5. Do you save things often because you are concerned about how you will feel if you need them in the future and no longer have them? 6. Do you often save things without a clear idea of how you'll use them in the future? 7. Do you still have items that you once bought with the intention of giving them away as gifts? 8. Do you have boxes of possessions that have moved with you from home to home but you've never gone through? 9. Do you often buy multiples of the same item because you've forgotten you have it? 10. Are you helpless when faced with a good deal, even if it's a good deal on something you don't need? 11. Do you take free things like shampoos from hotels or packets of soup crackers that you never wind up using? The more of these questions you answered yes to, the stronger your hoarding tendencies, and your environment is likely cluttered accordingly. If you answered yes to all of them, it does not mean you are a hoarder. Many of us have hoarding tendencies, but because they are kept in check, things don't escalate to the point where your life is greatly affected. Still, the more you have, the more mindful you need to be of your habits, so your environment does not cause you undue stress. Why we save what we save. Like most of us, Robert saw his possessions as special. They meant something to him, even if that meaning wasn't apparent to others. This emotional quality is what gives our stuff so much power in our lives, and what can make it so hard to keep our lives free of clutter. Our possessions can represent a variety of things to us. Following are a few of the most common connotations we associate with the things in our lives. Memories, both positive and negative. Perhaps you have a collection of sea glass from a trip to the shore when you were a child, and looking at the worn-down aqua and green shards reminds you of a happy beach vacation. Or maybe you have an old concert t-shirt that is stained and no longer fits, but it feels important to keep because it was purchased on one of the best nights of your life. For many years, Diana, 42, kept a coat she had never worn because her husband bought it for her on their honeymoon in Paris. It was white and made of velvet, but I never wore it because we had young children and it would have been dirty in no time. It was totally impractical, but the fact that he bought it for me and thought I would love it made me think about how much he wanted to please me back then. When Diana and her husband split up, she finally donated the coat to charity because it became a reminder of all the potential that was once in her marriage, and it made her sad. But some people keep things that bring up sad memories, precisely because they feel it's important to remember the negative feelings the items represent. Röbïn, who is 53, still keeps a videotape of a self-defense class that she took after being sexually assaulted in her early 30s. She never watches the tape. In fact, she doesn't even own a VCR anymore, just a DVD player. But, she says, I feel like it's a reminder of what I went through, and remembering that makes me see how far I've come. It doesn't make me feel good exactly, but it feels important to keep. Many people purchased gold coins or other objects commemorating the events of 9/11. There's nothing wrong with keeping mementos of a tragic event. But when the items are of no use, make a person feel bad, and contribute to clutter, I would argue they should not be kept or collected. Challenge yourself and take action. Do you have a stash of items you've been holding on to because of the powerful memories, positive or negative, that you associate with them? As you sort through these items and hold each one, ask yourself, does it evoke good feelings? Warm, happy, proud, excited, for example? Or does seeing it and touching it make you feel bad, guilty, remiss, regretful, or chastened? If an item doesn't make you feel good, it's okay to get rid of it. If you have a problem with clutter, you might consider getting rid of an item even if it does make you feel good. It's a matter of prioritizing what you keep and not holding on to every single tennis trophy you've ever earned. I suggest creating a small, manageable memento box, or keeping only one symbol of a triumph for a positive memory. After her marriage broke up, Diana went through her teeming box of photographs and got rid of the ones that evoked a negative memory, which motivated her to make an album out of the ones that remained, rather than ignoring the box and hoping they'd organize themselves. Eras of our lives. Alexa keeps 24 philosophy books from college, even though she hasn't read them in 20 years, and her work today has nothing to do with the subject matter, so she will likely never have any use for them again. I work so hard now, and life is so stressful. I like what I do, but it's all about responsibility, she says. Those books remind me of a time when I had time to think about bigger, impractical issues. It's fine to keep a few items that represent a happy era of your life, but if you are concerned about clutter, it's a matter of being selective. Picking out the books from the courses she most enjoyed, perhaps 10 or 12, and displaying them prominently on a shelf would cut back on clutter while reminding her of the positive memories associated with them. Alexa's need to maintain a connection with the intellectual curiosity of her college days is harmless, but sometimes we hold on to items from our past in order to teach ourselves a lesson, which may not be healthy. Many of us were raised to believe that guilt and self-punishment are motivational, but they are generally not effective motivators, and, in fact, can be quite self-defeating. Carol, a 43-year-old producer whom I have worked with in the past, keeps several large boxes in her garage that are filled with photos from 2 failed marriages. When I asked her why she doesn't get rid of the pictures, or pare them down so as to keep only a few, she said, "It's a piece of my history. If I let go of them, I may be giving up some of my history. I learned a lot in my first marriage. If I give up the pictures, does it make me less accountable to what I've learned?" The desire to keep an object that helps you remember a hard-earned lesson sounds like a good reason for keeping it, but it's important to consider how that item is really serving you. Carol told me that she still feels guilty about leaving her first husband, and seeing those boxes didn't make her feel like she'd gained wisdom and grown as a person. Instead, every time she saw them, she beat herself up for having hurt someone she cared about. Carol also admitted that on some level she thinks her ex-husband's feelings would be hurt if she tossed the pictures, even though they're not in touch, so he'd never know. While the boxes do not pose any kind of a hazard and her home is organized and neat, seeing them every time she parks her car may be preventing Carol from moving on emotionally with her life. The boxes serve as a constant reminder that she cannot go back and undo past mistakes. Challenge yourself and take action. Are you holding on to objects that you never use because you'd feel guilty or that you're a bad person if you threw them away? This is a thought distortion, a belief about what your stuff says about you that is not only untrue, but serves to keep you surrounded by clutter. And what's more, clutter that makes you feel bad, not good about yourself. The truth is, what you keep has nothing to do with what kind of person you are. Ask yourself if the items you're holding on to really help keep you from repeating past mistakes, or if they simply remind you of them. Our past selves. Carla, a new mom at 28, is unable to part with a pair of high-heeled sandals that she could barely wear when she first got them 9 years ago, when she was single and dated near the army base where she met her now husband. There's no harm in her keeping them because they don't take up much room, and she doesn't have an especially cluttered home. But Carla realizes she'll never wear them again. Except maybe as part of a Halloween costume, she jokes. I'm not that person anymore. Those shoes make Carla smile when she looks at them, and perhaps on some level Carla keeps them because she likes to believe she can tap into that part of herself again, or go back in time when motherhood gets a bit overwhelming. But just as with saving things that remind us of negative experiences in our past, some people save things that remind them of people that they no longer are, and are relieved to have left behind. Tara, a 42-year-old graduate student, underwent a horrible trauma when she was 13. She was in a fire, which caused terrible scarring. Her adolescence was very difficult because she was in the hospital a lot, and the scarring affected her confidence in her appearance. It took her almost 2 decades to get over the physical and emotional trauma. When she tells me about this, Tara refers to the various stages of her recovery as if she had been a different person during each phase, and of the books, clothing, and pictures that were important to these various women as they were going through their struggles. I feel that I need to hold on to these things, because it would be dishonoring the person I was at the time when I needed them if I didn't. Tara says that these items give her a sense of validation for the struggles her past selves experienced, even though they do not produce positive memories today. At the end of our work together, Tara was able to recognize the many thinking errors or cognitive distortions that were leading her to keep these items, and that she was not letting go of any part of herself in letting go of the possessions. It didn't happen overnight, but eventually she was able to part with many of these objects. Challenge yourself and take action. Does a particular item from your past make you remember the person you once were and invoke happy or proud feelings? If so, and it's small and is not one of many that are contributing to the clutter in your home, keep it. But if it's one of many such items, and especially if it keeps you ruminating over past life traumas, consider letting it go. You do not need to keep the item in order to be proud of whom you have become. In Tara's case, I talked with her about how that person who struggled through such hard times helped her become the strong person she is today, and that she didn't need the stuff to remember that. She found that realization enormously freeing, and was able to get rid of many of these objects. Aspirations. People often purchase status symbols, or status symbol knockoffs, such as designer handbags, shoes, sunglasses, or other objects we carry with us every day. Even if we can't quite afford them, these objects communicate a certain status and value to those around us. This is the kind of person we'd like to be. Susan, a mom of 2 and a substance abuse counselor, hasn't worked in 2 years, yet continues to acquire the latest laptops, sunglasses, and handbags, and drives a car she can ill afford, justifying it by saying that she needs to look well put together to get another job. But in an attempt to maintain a certain image, she is spending money she doesn't have and accumulating clutter. For Susan, it's the possibility of being the person who could afford these items that is so valuable to her, and that's what the items have come to represent. If she were to throw them away, she fears all that potential and optimism would go out with them. Challenge yourself and take action. Does having all that high-end stuff really move you closer to your goals? Or is it more of a temporary feel-good fix when you acquire them? The truth is, looking the part of wealthy and successful only leads you to spend money you don't have and adds to your clutter and sense of regret when the bills come. To an extent, presentation is important, and we all want to feel proud of our appearance. But status symbols are just that, symbols not status itself. It would be more emotionally gratifying to focus on what you want to do and be, rather than looking the part. People who are no longer with us. It's not uncommon to save a book or a piece of jewelry because it once belonged to a loved one. Photos of relatives who have passed away, of course, help us remember them, and seeing these pictures can evoke happy memories. Denise, a 46-year-old real estate broker who was a client of mine, had a home cluttered with children's toys. Denise's children were grown and had moved out of the house years ago. While her kids are not gone from this earth, their childhoods are, and Denise needed to work on understanding that the memories of those times were not only living in the objects, but in her heart as well. Learning to let go of some of the stuff in her home would help her to move on emotionally, and also grow by experiencing new things and making new memories that she could cherish. In fact, saving things in the memory of a loved one can greatly impair the lives of the living. Bill, the police officer whose daughter was killed by a drunk driver, held on to her clothing and childhood mementos because in his grief he couldn't bring himself to sort through them. Much of her stuff became moldy in his basement, where rats ate it and excreted on it. Still, he believed that his daughter's clothing somehow contained the essence of her, and that was why it was so hard to get rid of it. While holding on to some of his daughter's stuff would not have been a problem, his hoarding was about avoiding working through the grief over his daughter's death. The more he avoided that, the worse his hoarding became, making his loss even more powerful and disabling. In short, living in the past prevented him from embracing his present, one that he found too painful to deal with. Challenge yourself and take action. Are you memorializing your loved ones in a meaningful way? Or might there be a more fitting means of honoring their memory, such as a charitable donation made in their name, or keeping one small item rather than many? These people who were once in our lives would likely be proud of you for making good decisions about your living environment and your emotional health. Consider picking one item from the person who is gone and displaying it in a meaningful way. If your relationship with that person was a difficult one, and seeing the item reminds you of that and brings up unpleasant emotions, don't keep the item where you will see it every day, but rather someplace where you can access it if you want to. If, while decluttering, you find that there is room to keep more than one item, that's great. But remember, your loved one would probably feel most honored if the item is treated respectfully and is kept where it can be appreciated, rather than in the midst of clutter or at the bottom of a pile. Periods of dearth. I grew up in an affluent neighborhood, but our family didn't have the kind of money that our neighbors did. I was the girl in the high-water pants. I can't tell you how many times I heard, "Waiting for a flood, Röbïn?" Everyone else had the designer jeans, and now, perhaps partially because of this, I like clothes and I love to shop. I do my best not to bring clothes into the house unless I'm prepared to get rid of an equal amount of stuff, so my closet doesn't get too crowded. But I definitely feel some comfort in having more than I strictly need. The problem arises when the fear of doing without leads to the accumulation of far more than anyone could possibly use. This was the case with my patient Dominique, a fashion designer mom of 3. After her divorce, Dominique was very worried about money, so she saved everything for a future time in which she feared she'd have no money to buy things. She also shopped, spending her child support check on clothing, both because she enjoyed it and to relieve her anxiety. She wound up in a hoarded house and was at risk of losing the most important thing in her life, her daughters. Similarly, Alexa's grandfather William had closets full of clothing that he no longer wore, and even kept a case of soap that he'd bought that irritated his skin and he could never use. It felt wasteful to throw any of this out, because as a child of the Great Depression, he acutely remembered what it was like to do without. Like Robert, he died with a closet full of items he didn't need. Challenge yourself and take action. Are you shopping to excess to make up for the fact that you didn't have all of the things you wanted or needed earlier in your life? Or are you driven by the fear that you might not have what you need in the future? If so, ask yourself whether the item you are considering purchasing is truly going to resolve either problem. The answer is probably no, but if you're not sure, take an inventory of what you already have and are using and not using. Remember, an item isn't a good deal if you don't have any use for it now or in the near future. Consider that purchasing things you don't need out of a desire to avoid a situation in which you don't have what you want actually costs you money and, ironically, makes you less able to provide the things you do need for yourself. Achievements. A few years ago, I worked with a little boy who suffered from anxiety. His room was quite messy, and he was beginning to show signs of having a problem with clutter. I asked him what things he had a hard time parting with, and he showed me a notebook from 2 grades prior that was so tattered that the cardboard had worn through the outside covering. He shared that he had liked his teacher that year and earned the best grades in her class that he's ever received. He didn't want to forget her. He told me that he was scared that if he threw away the notebook, it would mean that he didn't care about the teacher who had helped him be the best he could be, and that he would be literally throwing away his achievement. I acknowledged his feelings and validated his concerns, but challenged that his achievement would not be thrown out with the notebook. I gave him an example of an Olympic gold medalist. If he lost his medal, did that mean he didn't win the race? By pointing out the distortion in his thinking, I was able to help him understand that letting the item go didn't diminish his accomplishments. Challenge yourself and take action. Will getting rid of an item that reminds you of a great feat you once achieved diminish your accomplishments? Probably not. Your life experiences are yours, regardless of whether you have a physical reminder of what you've achieved. If the item is old, damaged, or doesn't have great meaning to you anymore, it's reasonable to toss it. The symbols of your achievements, trophies, medals, thank you notes, are reasonable for you to keep, depending on how much you have. If you're having a problem with clutter, picking 1 or 2, or making a scrapbook of articles about yourself, rather than keeping many, can be helpful in maintaining a neat environment. Punishment. I know a man who has a case full of football trophies from high school, where he was a star lineman on the varsity team. Now, he is overweight and only plays football occasionally on the weekends, but he keeps those trophies to remind himself that he needs to get back in shape. Women like Kate, who you remember kept clothing that was 2 sizes too small for her, often do the same thing. They keep a pair of jeans they fit into 10 years ago, or a dress they wore in college, because they think these items will motivate them to get back in shape. They believe they should have to look at these relics from their past as a form of self-punishment for gaining weight and being unable to lose it. Carol, the woman who keeps boxes of photos from her marriages in the garage, saves the photos from her second marriage to teach herself a lesson. Her second husband was a grifter. He seemed to have it all together and passed himself off as wildly successful. But in reality, he was unemployed and took her money and left. Carol had an inkling that something wasn't right during their whirlwind courtship, but pushed aside her doubts because she was in love. His leaving was a gift, but it was horribly upsetting at the time. I don't want to make the same mistakes again, and I think keeping the pictures will keep me accountable, she says. She believes that looking at those boxes, she never looks at the pictures themselves, reminds her that she needs to listen to her instincts. I'm not so sure. It seems like self-punishment to me, and negative motivators and self-flagellation don't typically help people make positive changes. Sometimes, when I'm helping a client sort through his possessions, I'll inquire about the value or relevance of a particular item. After a bit more questioning, it becomes clear that he is keeping it not because he likes it or uses it, but because he spent money on it and now regrets it. Keeping it, he'll say, is a reminder not to waste money on foolish purchases. "I was foolish to buy it in the first place" is typical of self-punishing talk. When I ask if it's helpful to be reminded of being foolish, the answer is usually no. Challenge yourself and take action. Are you keeping a particular item or items because you think seeing it will make you feel bad enough about yourself that you'll change your behavior? If so, toss it. Negative motivation usually doesn't work, even though it's very common for parents to try to motivate children this way, especially if that was the way they were once raised. Imagine you were an employer, and you had an employee who you hoped would do a better job. Would you encourage the employee by nitpicking his work and insulting his intelligence, or by praising his work and pointing out how he can improve his performance? The same goes when talking to yourself about your past, in this case through what reminders you choose to keep around. You will likely get much better results and feel less defeated if you focus on your past successes rather than ways in which you didn't do well. Possibility in general. Several years ago, I helped a woman named Donna who had a very full life. She had 3 children and 6 grandchildren, worked a 40-hour-a-week job, and babysat her grandchildren many nights a week. Donna's house was overflowing with materials for craft projects that she had every intention of tackling. There was yarn for needlepoint, papers for scrapbooking, and various materials for painting and home repair projects, none of which were ever completed. Still, on the weekends, when she had time to shop, she would frequently find herself in one of her favorite craft stores just to look around and see if there might be some good deals. Of course there were good deals. There will always be good deals. I believe these craft materials represented the possibility that she would eventually have time to do these activities, and that sense of optimism made her feel good. But Donna would bring home the bags of recently purchased craft supplies and set them on the floor in the dining room, the living room, and the spare bedroom, all of which were so full that you could barely enter the rooms. She never put away the items. Her home was so crowded there was no obvious place to put them, and so there they sat. Her husband had given up on asking her what she bought. He felt it was a losing battle, and his questions always turned into arguments, as she would rationalize her good intentions. This time, she was always certain, the project would get completed. For the previous 4 years, their house had been perpetually decorated for Christmas, because even the project of taking down the decorations was never completed. The craft room and surrounding areas contained decorations for July 4th, Thanksgiving, Easter, and all the other major holidays. There were stacks, bags, and boxes of holiday items, none of which had ever been used, but she kept buying more because she couldn't resist an after-holiday sale. Donna's good intentions led her nowhere except to a cluttered home and a tense marriage. Challenge yourself and take action. Do you have a stockpile of items, possibly in your garage or your basement, that you bought with the intention of using them for a home improvement project that was never seen through to the end? Are you realistically going to have a use for these items in the foreseeable future? If not, consider donating or tossing them. The worst thing that will happen is that you will have to buy what you need again when you do have time to execute your good intentions. But once you get rid of it, you'll realize that you can live with the tiny risk that you may need one of those items at some point in the future. The price of a clutter-free home and mind is likely to outweigh the price of the item itself. Security. Having more than they need of something can make many people feel secure. For example, you might think, if I buy my favorite shampoo every time it's on sale, I'll never have to worry about running out of it some morning. And before you know it, your bathroom cabinets are so packed with bottles of shampoo that there's no room for your other toiletries. Michael, 62, an insurance broker, grew up in a large family. Often when he was counting on eating something, he'd arrive home to find that one of his siblings had beaten him to it. To this day, even though I only live with my wife, who doesn't eat that much, I'll buy more food than we need. He laughs. Michael will buy 4 cans of soup or boxes of pasta instead of 1 or 2. My wife jokes that we could open a soup kitchen, and she has a point, but I like the feeling of knowing that the food I want will be there when I get home. Michael usually overstocks food, but he has also been known to store paper towels, toilet paper, shampoo, shaving cream, and razors, all the necessities. In other words, while food was the only thing he worried about running out of when he was a child, his fears of doing without spread into other areas of his life as well. People who hoard food or other staples don't always do so because of an experience of deprivation at some earlier point in their lives. The thrill of the deal can also trigger it. Offers like, buy 2, get 1 free, or buy this product and save 50% on another product, often a product you don't even need. People who have trouble resisting a good deal have an especially difficult time making good purchasing decisions at warehouse stores like Costco, which are founded on the principle that buying in quantity gets you the better deal. Everyone likes a good deal. The problem, of course, is that it's easy to buy more than you need and clutter your home with these items. When you stockpile food, you're unlikely to be organized enough to know what you already have and what you need, so you simply go buy more of the same items. This obviously becomes particularly problematic with food that has a short expiration date. It's not uncommon for individuals who have a problem with hoarding food to have trouble throwing it away even after it's expired, because in their minds there might still be a use for it. People who hoard foods will often suggest that expiration dates are arbitrarily set by manufacturers to get us to buy more food, and reason that throwing away any food is wasteful. Yet they will not eat the expired food, and they continue to buy more. I have worked with countless people who have kept rotten bananas with the expressed intent to eat them, milk from more than 3 years ago, and canned food older than a decade. Tara, the woman who spent time in the hospital as a child after being burned in a fire and saved things from her past selves, confessed to me that she had a loaf of bread that she'd baked 3 years earlier in her freezer. When she was a child, she had a very delicate stomach, and there were few foods she could tolerate, so she was very careful to keep on hand those foods she could eat. Now she can eat whatever she'd like, but she still has a hard time letting go of that loaf of bread. When we talked about it, Tara laughed and said that she understood it was not rational to save 3-year-old bread, and at one point she tried a bite and expressed that it tasted like freezer. But she thought that if she held on to it, she could use it to make breadcrumbs one day. Ultimately, we talked it through. She could make more bread if she needed to, and this bread tasted bad, so it was unlikely she was going to make breadcrumbs out of it, and she eventually threw away the freezer-burned bread. It took Tara playing out all the scenarios in her head of what would happen if she found herself without bread when she needed it, to realize that as an adult, not a sick child dependent on others for food, she could handle it. Challenge yourself and take action. Do you keep more food than you need in your home? Are you unable to resist a good deal at the grocery store and, as a result, find that you have more cans of soup or boxes of cereal than you know what to do with? When someone is keeping more food than they can possibly eat, I encourage them to go through their refrigerator, pantry, cupboards, and any other storage areas, and start with purging all items that are expired. Don't rationalize that it still may be good. You cannot donate expired food to feed the hungry. Food banks will not accept it. If that's the case, you shouldn't eat it either. Next, start thinking of recipes for meals using what you have, and from now on, try to refrain from going shopping without taking an inventory of what you have and making a list. Be careful not to get caught up in special deals and sales. Buy only what you need. What your stuff says about you. Of course, any item can be symbolic. But that doesn't necessarily mean every item you keep is symbolic of something meaningful in your life. For instance, people who have an issue with clutter might keep dozens of pens simply because they work, and might be needed in the future, although they are not terribly hard to come by and nobody needs more than a few at a time. I have noticed some trends in the kinds of objects that people tend to keep and have some reluctance to throw away. Here are a number of common items that create clutter in people's homes. Books. So many people compulsively hoard books that there is a separate word for it, bibliomania. Whether the number of books you have constitutes bibliomania or simply a love of books, bibliophilia, which is not a psychological disorder, depends on the number and type of books you own, as well as the context of your living situation. Joan, whose books had taken over her house and had been destroyed by her cats, had a need for books that went beyond the simple enjoyment of reading or collecting them. They were a liability in her home and prevented her from living in a healthy environment because they were piled high on the floor and in double rows on her bookshelf. She had bagfuls of books, and her many cats had urinated on some of them. Books convey a positive symbolism for most of us. Like they did for Alexa, books can represent a period in our lives when we had more time to read and think, and many people like to keep books because they represent knowledge and information at their fingertips, or they believe they make a home look as if a smart, well-informed person is living there. Not being able to get rid of books, even when there are way too many, often has to do with being afraid of not having immediate access to the information they contain. Periodicals. Many people who hoard keep stacks and stacks of magazines and newspapers that become moldy or moist and can cause a health hazard. Most say that they plan to get around to reading them at some point, but when pressed, others say fascinating things about why they hold on to them. Some say that they feel they're keeping the memory of the time the publication was printed. The memory, of course, is in them, not in the periodical. Others have said that a newspaper represents the work of so many people that throwing it away feels unkind to those who worked so hard to produce it. Most non-hoarders save publications because there's something in the magazine or newspaper that they want to use or reference again, such as a recipe they want to make or a review of a book they want to remember to purchase. Emails, texts, and voicemails. Cyber hoarding is a new phenomenon I've observed, especially among people who do not have any other problems with clutter. One client of mine, Stephen, who came to my clinic for multiple anxiety issues, including OCD and social phobia, is a 25-year-old college student from a very dysfunctional family. His parents exhibited a lot of hostility and unpredictable behavior over the years, which caused him great anxiety. When I was first getting to know Stephen, I called him a few times to follow up on appointments, and noticed that each time I did, his voicemail box was full. I asked him about this, and he explained that he had retained messages from his high school years. He had graduated years before on his phone, as well as messages from family members. When I asked Stephen why he couldn't erase the messages, he said that high school was the best time in his life, and he feared he would forget the memories if he erased the messages. He also said that because of his anxiety issues, he had not experienced any happy memories for the past few years, and feared he may never have any in the future. He held on to his family members' positive messages for the same reason. What if they never send me one again? Ironically, saving those messages meant that Stephen couldn't get any new messages, which defeated the purpose of having voicemail at the very least, and at worst, interfered with his ability to make new friends and live up to his current responsibilities. Stephen's cyber hoarding, even though it didn't take up physical space, still compromised his ability to function in a healthy way. He saved texts as well. Email hoarding is much more common than one might imagine. Sandy, 22, a freelance graphic designer, recently had to open up a new email account because her mailbox was at 100% capacity. She couldn't bring herself to delete any of her old emails, even some from 4 years back. Sandy worried that she might need the details of a conversation, and if she cleaned out her inbox, that information would be lost forever. She knew there were many that could go, but she was so afraid that she'd permanently delete the wrong one and then regret it, and that doing so might lead to loss of income or important contact information if she couldn't lay her hands on the conversations she needed. What's more, to take the time to read through the 10,000 emails in her inbox just seemed too daunting. Sandy knew she should have done it when there were fewer, but by the time there were so many, she was completely overwhelmed at the prospect. It is much easier to put it off and, in Sandy's case, never get to it. Opening the new account was not difficult, but it was confusing to her clients, who couldn't find her easily. Records, bank statements, and paperwork. Many people have trouble keeping their paperwork under control, and oftentimes it can be even worse for those who work at home. Joy, who is 53 and runs a stock photography agency out of her otherwise tidy home, has dozens of boxes of images and paperwork from decades past. Every time I try to get rid of them, I think someone might call for a certain picture, and I will regret having gotten rid of it, and then it will cost me money, she says. Saving thousands of files in case one person calls for a photo is excessive, which Joy recognizes. Still, she keeps them. I believe the main reason the average person holds on to this kind of clutter is because most people simply do not know what to keep and what to toss. How long do you need to save bank statements, for instance? How far back might the IRS audit you? If there is symbolism buried in these piles, it might be that keeping this stuff is symbolic of being responsible, even though the reality is it's harder to find what you need when you need it because of the mess. Refer to Chapter 7 for more information on what items you need to keep and for how long. Shoes, handbags, and clothing. I think that shoes and bags, for women anyway, represent options. And it's nice to feel like you have options, not to mention the fact that shoes usually still fit even when other things don't anymore. Keeping clothes that no longer fit with the idea that they might one day fit again may represent hope. Perhaps if you've lost a lot of weight and keep your larger clothes, it's a reminder not to go there again, or permission on some level to put the weight back on. Some women express themselves creatively with their clothes and so like to keep more than they need. And for some, like Anita, a 25-year-old nonprofit administrator who lives with roommates, it's like a mini museum of their lives. I'm afraid to let go of my clothes. It's like an identity thing, Anita says. The clothes represent different times of my life. She keeps her cheerleading t-shirt from high school, crew shirts from college, casual clothes and professional clothes. These two identities conflict with one another, but they are also both me, she says, and hippie clothes she likes wearing to concerts. All those different forms of clothing make up who I am as a person, and I like to have all these parts. If you have enough room for all of your clothes, terrific. But if, like Anita, you're tight on space and cannot keep your things organized, consider cleaning out your closet and getting rid of the items you no longer need. You can still be proud of the various parts of your personality and your life without keeping the wardrobe that goes along with them. Jewelry. An engagement ring symbolizes a promise or a commitment, and push jewelry, such as a necklace your husband gave you when you had your first child, is a symbol of his appreciation for what you went through and are building together. Jewelry, of course, can also be a symbol of wealth. While jewelry doesn't take up much space and isn't a major source of clutter for most people, many non-hoarders have a box that contains earrings they hope to one day find the mates to, broken jewelry that they mean to get repaired, or items that were given to them but that they will likely never wear. Children's things. Parents whose kids have grown up often are more attached to their kids' toys and clothes than the kids themselves ever were. It can represent a simpler time, before big children meant big problems, or simply a love of having been a parent. It's fine to keep a small item, a favorite doll or truck, to show your grandchildren. but keeping too many toys or clothes that no one is using will only add to your clutter. What does your stuff symbolize? This is an exercise to help you determine what your stuff may mean to you. Simply ask yourself the questions that follow about items that you're not sure why you keep, or things that you have multiple versions of. Knowing why you save things can help you decide if you really want to keep them or if they could be thrown out or given a more useful home with someone else. 1. What do you feel when you see the item? Does it make you feel good? Or does it bring up negative feelings, such as sadness or regret? 2. How did you acquire the item? Did it belong to someone else? The history of an item, whether it was a gift or whether it belonged to someone important to you, can play into your feelings about it. 3. Why do you think you keep it? 4. What do you think it would mean about you if you got rid of it? Would you feel wasteful, for instance? Or like you were giving up something more than a material item, like a part of your history or identity? 5. What do you fear would happen if you let go of the item? Do you fear what others would think if they knew that you got rid of the item? Sometimes people have unconscious fears about what others would think if they got rid of something a friend or family member once gave them. A fortress of clutter. For most of this chapter, we've focused on the symbolic meaning of common items and the feelings, both positive and negative, that we associate with them. But some people also find comfort, or at least familiarity, in the amount of their belongings rather than the quality of them. It is the sheer physical nature of the clutter, as opposed to what the clutter is comprised of, that makes it hard for them to let it go. One of the reasons is that physical clutter can feel protective, like a fortress of stuff. While, of course, too many things don't literally prevent people from getting close, it can be protective in an emotional sense. Dominique said her hoarding got much worse after her divorce, and she believes she was protecting herself from future romantic pain. Joan, the woman you met in Chapter 1, had experienced terrible abuse in her life, including sexual abuse, and she used stuff to wall herself off from intruders. A house full of things would certainly keep anyone, including men, from entering her life. There was literally no room for anyone else. My clients often mention that they find it soothing to be around their possessions. Having a lot of things, they say, may substitute for the emotional needs that are not being fulfilled through personal relationships, while at the same time, ironically, impeding these relationships from forming. Some people who don't have satisfaction in their personal relationships transfer the need to connect to their stuff, which they then feel overly connected to. I've seen this with people who hoard animals as well. They receive unconditional love and attention from their many pets, even when they have so many they can't care for them all properly. Many people say they simply don't have time to keep their environment organized, or to go through their things and get rid of stuff. And many people are very busy. But just as when someone says he cannot afford to buy something, what he really means is that he needs to or would rather spend his money on other things. When someone says she doesn't have time to get organized and get rid of things, she means that she'd prefer to or needs to use the time for other things. And that's fine for some people. But I would argue that for most of us, failing to deal with your clutter and avoiding devoting the time to making your environment a place of peace is a losing proposition in the long run. It may seem easier at the time to not deal with your clutter, but overall, it makes life much harder and adds to your stress level. Not everyone who has a cluttered living space has a cluttered psyche, of course. But it is true of some people, and is quite often true of those who compulsively hoard. I believe that there is a chicken and egg dynamic at play here. The mind is cluttered with too much, and life is overwhelming. So, disorganized thinking and a sense of distraction prevent you from keeping your living space organized. In turn, looking at a disorganized living space causes stress. That pile of papers is a reminder of one more chore you haven't gotten to, and adds to your sense of being overwhelmed and distracted. It's a cycle that takes practice and behavioral change to reverse. Just as someone who is depressed or doesn't think highly of himself might not put a lot of attention into how he looks, in the same way, he may not put a lot of effort into keeping his environment neat and functional. What's more, I've heard people say time and again that they're often motivated to clean up for others if someone is coming over, but not for themselves. If someone came over, I'd make things look nice, says Anita, not by truly cleaning up and organizing, though, because she becomes overwhelmed at the prospect. Things would be stashed everywhere to create that look. She laughs. Why we keep and what we keep has to do with the life we've lived, the kind of environment we were raised in, and in some cases, the traumatic things that have happened to us in our past. For non-hoarders, it may be there's nothing terribly symbolic about a particular item. It may simply be that you're having trouble organizing, or you have distortions that are keeping you from making good decisions and having a more organized home. If you like something and you have a place for it, there's nothing wrong with keeping it. But if you're feeling overwhelmed by a particular item or type of item, if your desk is piled high with papers, for instance, and you can't seem to find what you need and make a dent in the pile, it's worthwhile to think about why you're having a hard time letting go of or organizing your things. Being able to understand your motivation for keeping your possessions, as well as your reluctance to clean or organize them, will help you make the kinds of lasting changes that will create a less stressful life. Chapter 3. You love your stuff more than me. Like many psychological conditions, compulsive hoarding is one for which many people don't generally seek help until they are forced to, or after they have hit rock bottom. A sufferer will often live in a deep well of denial, stepping carefully over heaps of belongings, sometimes enduring health-threatening conditions in an environment that prevents others from getting close to her. It's hard to imagine what could feel worse than that, what could bring someone further into the depths of despair, so that she finally feels motivated to get help. What rock bottom looks like to an individual is subjective and varies according to a person's circumstances. It could be that her home is at imminent risk of being condemned. The state or municipality is looking closely at removing children or pets from the home for their own safety. Or, more often, her spouse or children are so frustrated and so scared for her safety that they deliver an ultimatum. It's us or your stuff. Mary Ann was faced with such an ultimatum from her family, who in similar words said they were at their own bottom. Married with 2 teenage children, Mary Ann was never a tidy person, and clutter in her home escalated to a level 4 following her mom's death from cancer. Her mother had lived with the family, and one of the activities that she and her mother enjoyed doing together was going to garage sales. Mary Ann continued to scour garage and yard sales after her mother passed. She was unable to get rid of anything that had belonged to her mother, and began to fill the room her mother had once inhabited with various treasures she found on her solo excursions. The interesting thing was that she wasn't bringing home items she would have normally purchased. She was purchasing things that she believed her mom would like. She felt somehow that having them would make her mother happy, even though her mom was no longer living. Once her mother's old room was full, the treasures began to take over the living room, then dining room, and finally started spreading into the kids' rooms. Everywhere you looked, there were books, dolls, stuffed animals, clothing, and ceramics. Repeated protests from her kids did not motivate her to change. At first, Mary Ann's husband, Tim, encouraged the kids to be patient because he felt that she needed to grieve the loss of her mother. Eventually, though, the problem grew to the point where the children's closets were so full they had difficulty accessing their clothing. It had been months since the children had friends over. Not only were they embarrassed about their environment, but there was no place to play. The family was having financial trouble because of Mary Ann's shopping. The kids had to shop for their clothes at second-hand stores. They were living from paycheck to paycheck. Mary Ann had spent the family's savings. After 9 months, Tim finally felt that he was in a position to set limits for his family's, and Mary Ann's well-being. She was so far into her acquiring behaviors that she didn't know how to get out. I see this frequently. When a person starts feeling too much shame, guilt, and embarrassment, it becomes even harder to reach out. In an "I've had it" moment, Tim called the kids together, and the 3 of them approached Mary Ann with their concerns and offered an ultimatum. Tim told her that he would move the kids to his parents' home that night unless she agreed to seek help, and he would not sleep at home either. In tears and pleading with her family, Mary Ann promised them she would get things under control, to just give her a chance. Tim refused, saying she had to consult a specialist, which was when I was called. Now keep in mind, threats and ultimatums are not the place to start. But when a person's hoarding behaviors get to the point where the family is at risk and they see no other alternative, sometimes this approach is necessary. Mary Ann's family's intervention did motivate her to get the help she needed, and her story had a happy ending. Mary Ann was able to work through her grief and address her hoarding behavior. The family was eventually able to live in a relatively neat, organized home again. But often the way a family tries to help is positively heartbreaking. Dina, 41, recalls her family's interaction with her beloved aunt, who battled compulsive hoarding and obesity. So many people judged her about her hoarding in addition to her weight, but no one considered her contributions to the community, recalls Dina, who said her aunt was well known in the neighborhood for her outgoing nature and willingness to volunteer her time at various local organizations. Dina believed her aunt had gained weight in part because she couldn't move around her home. The family badgered, belittled, and shamed her for her problem, says Dina. It was as if they were mad at her for it, rather than trying to understand it, which was so frustrating to me. I'd bring up how the family treated her, and she'd always just say, "Oh, sweetheart, don't worry about it." Dina used to leave the room when her mother and other relatives spoke ill of her aunt, and her nonverbal disapproval silently influenced them to speak more gently in front of Dina. Still, Dina couldn't get them to see that they weren't helping to solve the problem by getting angry and judging and attacking her aunt. Ultimately, Dina's aunt died of a heart attack, and there was some question about whether she would have survived if the paramedics had been able to lay her down flat to administer CPR. It wasn't until after she died that my mother realized all that she did for the community, because of everyone who spoke out at her funeral. I could tell then that she felt sorry for how she treated her, recalls Dina. Unfortunately, there was no making it up to her. Does your clutter cause conflict? One person can look at a room and see it as a little disorganized, whereas his spouse can view it as living in chaos. What follows are some things to think about if you are the messy one in the house. Do you and your family argue or have passive tension over your mess? Do you feel that your family would like you to be neater or more organized, even if they don't say so? Even if you value your family's comfort and happiness in the home, do your actions or inactions convey otherwise? Does your personal stuff often spread into other areas of the house? Do you have trouble finding things because there is no organizational system? And do the consequences of this, lateness, for instance, negatively impact your family members? Do your kids or spouse hesitate to have people over because of the state of the house? Are family members unable to use certain areas of the home because of your stuff? If you answered yes to even one of these questions, you and your family are experiencing unnecessary stress due to the clutter in your environment. If you answered yes to more than one, your relationship to your things may well be interfering with your relationships with the people you live with. A proactive stance, calling your family together to let them know that you're aware of the problem and that you're going to begin to chip away at it, will go a long way in improving your relationships. You may even want to ask for your family's support in helping you get a handle on your clutter. A whole family problem. If you are not a person with a hoarding problem, it is understandable that you might find it truly baffling and infuriating when your needs or concerns aren't considered by a loved one who hoards. It's hard to watch someone seem to choose piles of what most people would consider to be garbage over you. I believe strongly in treating the whole family of a person who hoards, because there are so many complex dynamics, resentments, and unresolved issues that feed into the sufferer's behavior. I try to remind family members that while I understand why it seems like the sufferer is choosing his stuff over the family, it's not a straightforward choice. Compulsive hoarding is an illness, not a preference. No one goes to high school thinking he can't wait until he graduates so he can fulfill his dreams of hoarding. It is a condition, like alcoholism or depression, that leads people to behave in ways they wouldn't otherwise, and make choices that someone who is not impaired by the faulty reasoning of the condition wouldn't make. Expecting someone with hoarding to simply wake up one day and stop acquiring and clean up their house is like expecting an alcoholic to wake up one day and stop drinking. Compulsive hoarding is not considered to be an addiction per se, but the condition does involve compulsions, as do addictions. Sufferers do take pleasure in acquiring and find it extremely difficult to stop, despite the negative consequences. Even though we think of cleaning up after ourselves as a normal and natural part of life, for some people it truly is not, and it can be extremely difficult to learn even if the person wants to. Of course, you don't have to live with a hoarder to experience the strain that clutter can place on a relationship. Perhaps you feel you've been hounded by your spouse for months to clean out the garage, or have felt the frustration of not being able to find what you need due to a chaotic, cluttered living space. Sometimes relationships are also negatively affected because people living together in a home have different tolerance levels for chaos in general. Many people with multiple pets wrestle with this kind of conflict. David, who lives with his wife and 2 sons, was frustrated by his wife's pet bird and the fact that he felt the bird was and had always been her priority, even early on in their relationship. After they'd been together a couple of years, David took a job in another state, and his wife got a parrot to keep her company. In his absence, she let the parrot have the run of their apartment. When he came back, he found the home in disrepair. The bird would chew the covers of books, and it was disgusting. There was bird poop everywhere, he recalls. I don't think she would say that the bird was her priority, but she also didn't want to give up the bird, even though she knew I was unhappy about it. David repeatedly complained about the bird's mess, and expressed that he wanted to have more control over his environment. His wife listened to his concerns and understood his point of view. But in David's opinion, she over-identified with the bird, and worried it would be sad to have its freedom curtailed if she put it in a cage. When we would talk about the bird, she wanted to make me happy and felt bad that these things bothered me, but she also couldn't set any limits for the bird. The only thing I could do was end the relationship, and I didn't want to do that. There are always things you have to live with that you don't like, and I figured that bird was one of them. Fortunately, David and his wife went to couples therapy and worked out a compromise. The bird would have her wings clipped, and eventually they moved into a larger house where the bird could have limited freedom. Because they were both willing to compromise, things worked out. But I know many situations in which the ending is not so happy. Everyday conflicts over clutter. Even in non-hoarded homes, arguments over whose turn it is to do the 3 days' worth of dirty dishes that have piled up, or to organize the gigantic baskets of hats and mittens and scarves that have been thrown in with random rain boots and other belongings, aren't always about the stuff itself. The mess is a trigger topic that leads to the airing of other, often deeper grievances between family members. I have watched conversations about clutter escalate very quickly when blame begins to surface, accusations fly, and defensiveness blocks any form of effective communication or resolution. I have also known non-hoarders who nonetheless feel the need to hide purchases from their spouses to avoid their disapproval. Such secrecy or conflict can take its toll on a partnership. My husband thinks I have too many clothes, and I'd rather not get into it with him, so I stick my bags in my closet and unpack them later when he's not around, admits Judy, a working mom of one who is not struggling with hoarding issues. Judy agrees that she has lots of clothes, but feels that she earns money and is entitled to buy herself things if she likes, and feels her husband is judgmental and controlling about her shopping habits. Whether or not she has too many clothes is beside the point here. At issue is the stress she experiences in sneaking around with her purchases and not addressing her grievances with her husband directly. In their case, I believe that issues around stuff are an expression of other issues in their relationship, and probably not the main problem between them. While non-hoarders do not typically put their loved ones in danger by creating fire hazards or unsanitary conditions, living with someone whose mind is cluttered in part because their life is cluttered can be exasperating. One woman I know says that her kids get upset when she doesn't remember to sign their permission slips for class trips. Once she takes the forms out of their backpacks, she often forgets where she puts them. She even sent them off to school on a day when the school was closed, because her email inbox is so full that she missed the emails from the school administrators. A cluttered mind can interfere with your ability to be present and mindful with your family. If you live with someone who hoards. Even though compulsive hoarding is a psychological condition and not willful behavior, the children and spouses of those who hoard can't be expected to have endless patience. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, because quite often it's the family's push to set boundaries that makes the difference in getting someone help. But there's a fine line between putting constructive pressure on a person who hoards to face her issues and expressing negative feelings that will only drive the person further into isolation and cause greater rifts within the family. By the same token, there is another fine line between being patient and non-judgmental toward a person who hoards, both of which are absolutely necessary if you want to help the person, and being so patient that you enable and adapt to their way of living and don't vocalize your own needs. In fact, many people who live with hoarders simply give in to the situation. They don't even see the point in cleaning up after themselves after a while. The hoarder's mess is going to engulf them in any case, so why bother? If you live with someone who hoards or who has a problem with keeping clutter under control, it's important to bear in mind that the mess is only the symptom of a deeper psychological issue. The individual might have attention problems that manifest themselves in an inability to finish a project, or he might struggle with procrastination and perfectionism. These are not things that are easily overcome, no matter how frustrating they are to the people you love. Anita, the 25-year-old woman who likes to hold on to clothing from various stages of her life, admits that she has a very messy room, and she wants to make it better. I sometimes think I can't take it anymore and have to come up with a system, she says. Yet whenever she begins reorganizing her things, she has a hard time focusing. Right now, she tosses stuff on top of her dresser or in bins under her bed and doesn't know where the items she needs are located. Any organizing project that I have to do feels like work for me, not fun. I just want my mind to be free and to let it go where it wants. I'm constantly moving things around in my room and redecorating, but it's not really solving the problem. Anita lives with roommates and keeps her chaos confined to her room. But conflict in a cluttered home is almost inevitable. Sarah, 37, a mom of a 10-year-old, shares a home with a man who was never required to clean up after himself, and she feels frustrated with him quite often. There's always a pile of his stuff on the floor, and his dirty plates fill the sink. His clothes are tossed all over their bedroom, and unless she picks them up, there they stay. I knew that he didn't clean up after himself when I married him, so I can't expect him to change his ways, Sarah says. I have to learn to live with the clutter, but psychologically, I feel defeated and resentful because I'm constantly cleaning up after him. And when she's feeling hungry, angry, lonely, or tired, halt, the stress is worse. Sarah has considered a housekeeper, but believes that unless the housekeeper lived with them, which they can't afford, there would be 6 days of build-up for 1 day of clean. A housekeeper also would do nothing to resolve the problem and would simply enable it. Our marriage works in other ways because we are so aligned in our values, she says, but Sarah dislikes feeling that she has to act like his mother by cleaning up after him. The stress and emotional clutter between them puts a strain on their relationship. Living with a clutterer can make you feel as though your time and space aren't being considered or respected, especially if you are constantly cleaning up to make the environment more habitable. And as the problem continues, resentment can build, further exacerbating the conflict already present in the relationship. Familiarity breeds contempt. When I was working with Marianne in her home, her daughter mentioned that when I pointed out a problem to her mother, Marianne was willing to listen, but when her daughter said the exact same thing, she'd react defensively. While it might seem logical that someone would value the opinions of the people they love and cherish over those of a stranger, a certain amount of familiarity can breed contempt when it comes to this kind of constructive criticism. Perhaps the person who has difficulty with clutter feels that his family member has ulterior motives, like wanting to control him, or that the family member is not perfect either and so has no right to criticize. Family relationships are very complex, with histories and repeated patterns of behavior that can complicate what appear to be simple issues on the surface. In the case of a professional like myself, the relationship is more businesslike and so less emotionally complicated. Unlike a family member who has a stake in the situation, she wants to live in a cleaner environment, an outsider provides objective distance on the situation. Of course, I care deeply about my clients' welfare, and I do everything I can to help motivate them to begin living cleaner, happier, clutter-free lives. But at the end of the day, I can go home. When the problem is more serious than clutter, if the person is actually hoarding, it often pays to have a therapist, or at least a neutral party that the person who hoards accepts is there to help, once the process of clearing out begins. Ideally, the family is there for support and an extra push, and in some cases, a friend who can be encouraging can also help. My goal when I treat people who hoard is to teach everyone involved how to help the person who hoards think differently about his stuff, and help him through the decision-making that will eventually lead to an organized home. Working with an entire family involves helping everyone, not just the person who hoards, think differently about the problem so they can be supportive and not allow frustrations to get in the way of progress. An outsider can also be helpful when the problem is persistent cluttering, although the role of the outsider is somewhat different. You don't want to insert a friend between you and your loved one in a conflict. But if you're the person who clutters, it can be tremendously helpful to have the objectivity of a friend when you're cleaning, purging, or organizing. That person is not sentimentally attached to your possessions and can help you make better decisions about what to keep and what to get rid of. There's also an emotional benefit to just having a friend around while you're doing an unpleasant task, such as cleaning out your closet. Having someone else with you also helps make you accountable. If you make a date to declutter your basement at 2 p.m. on Saturday, and you know your friend is showing up, you're less likely to put it off. Some of the tougher family dynamics I encounter occur when a client's hoarding behavior seems to be a direct reaction to the relational problems within the family itself. The hoarding may be a form of rebellion against a family member, "This is my space, you can't control me," or a certain type of dependency, a tacit request for others to take care of him. In David's situation with the bird, he and his wife half joked that the bird was punishment for the fact that he'd left for a year. As mentioned earlier, hoarding can also be a sign that an individual is not happy in their life or other relationships. This is also a fairly common theme with people who clutter. A few years ago, I treated a young woman named Candace, who had a young daughter with very mild cerebral palsy. Her relationship with her husband was distant, and the clutter was a way of distracting herself from the depressing feeling inside their home. Her husband was always gone when I came to the house to work with her, and would not come to any sessions at the clinic. He complained constantly about Candace's mess, but did nothing to help keep the house in order. He felt as though it was not his responsibility. But while Candace did have the primary hoarding problem, her husband contributed to the mess, leaving used dishes in the sink, whiskers on the bathroom counter, and laundry in the basket. And because Candace felt guilty about her daughter's condition, and felt her daughter had enough to manage, she never encouraged her to clean up either. Mind you, Candace's daughter was in elementary school, earned good grades, and was social with other kids. There was no reason to think that a few household chores would be too much for her to handle. I believe that since Candace was overwhelmed herself, she projected those feelings onto her daughter and assumed that she felt the same way. Candace was treated in my intensive outpatient program, which is comprised of 6 weeks of 4-hour sessions 5 days per week, with 1 to 2 hours of homework each night. The first 2 weeks consisted of education, training, and therapy, in which Candace addressed the reasons she had difficulty letting go of things. We also practiced purging with paperwork she brought in from her home. On week 3, we began to work directly in her home. When we worked together, she did well, but she struggled with keeping it up on her own and completing the homework when I wasn't around. She had no support from her husband, and struggled with making sure her daughter did her chores. She was conflicted about it to begin with. Candace found treatment frustrating. In situations like Candace's, where someone doesn't have the benefit of a supportive family, I try to help the person do as much as she can for herself. Much of Candace's therapy revolved around identifying her needs, encouraging her to set firm boundaries with her husband, and focusing on what she felt she could do on her own to improve her situation. In an ideal world, everyone would have been on board, but we all have to do the best we can with what we have. As is the experience for many people who are trying to overcome a deep-seated problem, follow-through after therapy can be much more difficult than you might think. Imagine an alcoholic in a month-long treatment program. They're accountable on a daily basis to a counselor and peers. When the program ends, that person has to stick with new learning and a new lifestyle without daily support. That can be incredibly challenging, and that's why peer support groups can be so helpful. Outside of therapy, old hoarding patterns can sneak back quickly, and with them, the old maladaptive reasons to keep things and procrastinate on making decisions. That's exactly what happened with Candace. I also think that part of her difficulty with follow-through came from feeling discouraged with her life overall. Candace is a classic story of how unhappiness in relationships causes depression, frustration, lack of attention, distraction, and a certain degree of resignation. While Candace's husband refused to help, he did let Candace know where he stood. Sometimes the dynamic around the clutter can be more subtle, a passive-aggressive way of communicating between spouses. Judy believes that her husband semi-deliberately leaves his coffee grounds and filter system in the sink when he makes his coffee because he knows it bothers her. I usually just put it in the dishwasher, but it makes me angry, and I think he gets a little bit of a victory out of it, she says. On the few occasions she's spoken up about how she feels, his response is that he was going to get to it eventually. Still, he might then take several hours to do so, during which she feels compelled to ask him again, and then she feels like a nag. The conflict isn't worth it, so I just do it myself, she says. The place to start for any family member or friend of someone who hoards is to set aside judgment. That's not easy to do. Compulsive hoarding is such a visible problem, and one that affects each family member personally. But we all have things we fear being judged upon. What's more, remembering that compulsive hoarding is not a choice is critical, as is remembering that this problem is only part of the person you care about. The person who hoards or clutters is not just a hoarder or a clutterer. She may also be a good friend, a terrific baker, a loving grandmother, and countless other things. The second thing to do is educate yourself about the condition of hoarding as you are doing now, which will go a long way in helping you to better understand the complexities of this condition. Understanding those who hoard and how the behaviors and resulting chaotic environment can create intense feelings of shame, guilt, and embarrassment can help you approach the person with compassion and patience and convey how you feel without anger. The third thing is to anticipate that helping someone overcome her clutter problem, no matter where she is on the continuum, will likely be frustrating for both of you at times. The forthcoming chapters will outline ways that someone who struggles with cluttering can improve her situation. You can't fix the problem for another person, no matter how badly you want to. And, in fact, it is so important that the person with the hoarding or cluttering issues learns that she can work through it herself. Your role is one of supporter and cheerleader. She must be in charge of her own process, or any improvements in the home will not last. Finally, be prepared to compromise. Your goal, if you're helping someone who hoards or anyone who clutters, is to find that middle ground where you can both be comfortable. Andrea, whose daughter Lisa has been begging her to get help for years, for instance, felt like Lisa was trying to control her when she made suggestions as to what might be thrown out. As a neutral party, I was able to suggest to Andrea that this wasn't the case. What motivation would your daughter have in wanting to control you? I asked her. Andrea was able to see, at least in the moment, that her daughter had no ulterior motives but to strengthen their relationship and to help her mother live more safely. For Lisa's part, I encouraged her not to try to fix her mother, but rather work toward making the home more livable. One of the ironies of this condition is that the person who hoards feels like she would be giving up control if she allowed others to make decisions about her stuff. By keeping herself surrounded by stuff, she believes she's retaining control. But her environment is so out of control that her sense of control is simply an illusion. It's like someone with OCD who washes his hands over and over again to feel a sense of control over an impending disease, but who is clearly controlled by the behavior. One of the reasons I work with all family members when treating hoarders is that there are often codependency issues involved. Codependent relationships typically develop out of good intentions. Recall Amanda, the woman who lived with her parents and spent her days shopping online. In talking with her parents about Amanda's hoarding, it was clear that some of their personal struggles as children were influencing their inability to set boundaries with their daughter. For example, Amanda's father reported that he grew up in an extremely rigid environment and swore that he would not impose that on his own children. Amanda's mother felt that growing up in a household where both parents were doctors and expected her to become a doctor had placed unusually high expectations on her. She, too, swore she would never do the same with her children. In trying to avoid the pressures they'd experienced growing up, they failed to place any expectations on Amanda, which contributed to Amanda's spending and hoarding behaviors. In Amanda's parents' case, there were things they might have done to help her make positive changes. They might have limited the funds they gave her, or asked that while she lived at home, she be employed to contribute to the household, which might have given her an outlet aside from shopping and brought her out of herself. Ultimately, they did do some of these things. In case these strategies seem obvious when you hear them, it must be noted that things are not always as clear to the person going through the problem. Most of us think we know what we would do in a given situation, but how do we really know until it happens to us? It's easier to judge sometimes than to try to understand. When things change. Sometimes the loved one of someone who hoards may limit his intervention because he is on some level scared of failing and so seeing his worst fear realized, that the person hoarding really does value stuff more than human relationships. That dynamic may also have been at play with Tim and Marianne at first. What if she couldn't face her problem, and he'd have to make good on his threat to move the kids out of the house? Things eventually escalated to the point where that prospect was less scary than the thought of continuing to live the way they'd been living. I remember many years ago, before I was married, I was dating someone who had developed a drinking problem. I was at the point of despair because I cared for him, but couldn't live with his drinking. He and I went to therapy together, and at the second session the therapist asked him point blank, "Are you willing to give up alcohol to be with Röbïn?" He said no. Well, that really put me in my place. I was not more important to this man than alcohol. There it was, right out of his mouth. It was hard to hear the truth at the time, but now I see that moment as a gift. My life would have been disastrous had I stayed with him. I believe that some spouses or children of people who hoard avoid confronting their loved one because the unknown is frightening. They would rather continue to live in an environment they don't like than risk changing their relationship with their loved one in a negative way. When a relationship with someone who hoards does change, either because the person learns to manage her hoarding, or because the spouse or child decides he or she is not going to tolerate it anymore, it can be terrifying for all involved. While it seems as if the hoarder is the sole source of the problems, the spouse and cohabitants also play a role, usually a passive or adaptive role. Familiar roles, even when they're not working, can become psychologically very comfortable for people. While it is tempting just to work around the hoard and not assert one's space because it feels too overwhelming, making clear boundaries and insisting that the person who hoards or clutters respects those boundaries is crucial to the emotional health of the whole family. For instance, I encourage the spouse of someone who hoards to say, "This is my side of the bed, and I'm going to ask you not to put things on my side of the bed. It's important to me to get a good night's sleep." And if he does begin to clutter the bed, I encourage her to hand the items back to him and ask him to put it elsewhere. By asking the person who is cluttering to respect your space, you are modeling good habits, and thus keeping your own resentment in check by speaking up. Look for areas of agreement. "I'd like to ask if we can keep this part of the countertop clutter-free so I can make a sandwich," and maintain that boundary. This will not cure someone who tends toward messiness and disorganization, but it will help keep your relationship from getting engulfed in the mess as well. I'm often asked on my Facebook page if people ever just say to heck with it and give up on the person who hoards. Sadly, yes, that happens, although usually only after years of effort on the part of the family member to get through to the person. The bottom line with any psychological problem or bad habit is that we can't fix anybody else. People have to want to change, and no amount of trying is going to help if the person doesn't want to. A codependency trap that many children and loved ones of hoarding sufferers fall into is thinking or hoping that they will be the one to change the person, to fix the problem, and they get a sense of identity and purpose from that role. Unfortunately, unless the person who hoards wants to change, that situation ends in disappointment. Quite often, though, persistent effort on the part of the loved one, as well as reasonable expectations, not fixing the person, but helping him get his environment to a place where you can have a good relationship with him and visit, can really help. No matter the outcome, I do encourage the loved ones of hoarding sufferers to take care of themselves, though, and that sometimes means detaching. You may be too invested in helping your loved one if you're not able to focus on your own life and relationships, or if you're getting depressed and angry about the situation. That's when it's time to say, "This isn't healthy for me anymore. I love you and you're important to me, but I'm focused more on getting you well than on my own life, and I can't do that anymore." By now, you have a sense of how complex our relationships with our things can be, and how far our cluttering behaviors can extend in our own lives and those of our loved ones. While overcoming compulsive hoarding is difficult, every one of us, no matter where on the continuum we fall, can improve our habits and consequently reduce our level of emotional clutter. That takes patience and compassion, and the tools you'll hear about in the upcoming chapters. Talking to a clutterer. If you live with a person who clutters and you've been quietly, or not so quietly, struggling with how to speak to him or her about how the mess affects you, try this 3-step process. 1. Bring up what you've noticed about the way the clutter impacts all of your lives. Try to do so in a non-accusatory way, even if you're angry. You might try something like, I've noticed that Dad gets really annoyed because he has to clear off the dining room table before we sit down. Or, I've noticed that you've been late a lot because you haven't been able to find the car keys. Ask open-ended questions, rather than make accusations, and come from a place of concern, not anger. If you're too angry to talk about it, wait until you've calmed down before initiating the conversation. 2. Talk about how the mess affects you. When you limit your complaints to things that affect you directly, not only is the clutterer less likely to feel attacked, but it's very hard to argue with someone who is simply stating how they feel. I feel upset when I have to move your books off the couch when I want to sit down. Could you please be more mindful of putting them away? Or, I know you care about how I feel, but when I tell you the cat's mess is upsetting to me and you don't clean it up, I feel like my feelings aren't important. You might have to be a broken record if the clutterer has tremendous difficulty changing her patterns, and many do. With time and practice, things can improve. 3. Get a neutral third party. Sometimes people who clutter can hear suggestions from a therapist, a life coach, or even a friend or non-immediate family member that they can't hear from you directly. Even if you think, I've told her how I feel and she doesn't listen, a third-party assist can be helpful. The 10 least helpful things you can say to a clutterer. If you live with someone who is messy or keeps common areas cluttered, chances are you have the same arguments weekly or even daily. While it's important to express your needs, it's also important to facilitate open communication and to keep tempers under control so that you can work toward actually solving the problem. Here is a list of statements that you should look to avoid. Each of these will simply cause the person to feel judged and will decrease the likelihood of sustainable positive change. 1. You don't care about yourself or your environment. 2. You don't care about how your clutter affects me. 3. You must have a disorganized mind. 4. It's not important for you to have things organized. 5. You're a slob. 6. Your stuff is more important than me. 7. Just throw it away. It's no big deal. 8. You don't need to keep that. 9. You're never going to use or wear that. 10. Just get rid of it. You won't miss it. The 10 most helpful things to say to a clutterer. The following is a list of the most helpful things you can say to facilitate a positive dialogue with the clutterer in your life. It might help to make a copy of this list and place it in a visible area, so when conflicts around clutter arise, you can use this script to better communicate. 1. I know this is hard for you. 2. Let me know how I can help. 3. You don't have to fix this problem overnight. 4. Let's find ways to simplify the process. 5. Don't look at the big picture. Take baby steps. 6. When you get overwhelmed, take a break and remember your goal is to live a healthier life. 7. We are a team. 8. Help me understand where you have the most difficulty. 9. What things are important to you in your home? 10. Let me know how I can best support you. You are in charge of how this process of decluttering goes. Chapter 4. Placing yourself on the continuum. Throughout this book, I've made a distinction between people who hoard compulsively, whose hoarding significantly impairs their functioning, and non-hoarders. But among clutterers, just as among hoarders, there are degrees. Listen to the following profiles and think about which one you most identify with. You might find you identify with more than one, which is fine. 1. Clear and clean. Your home. You cannot stand clutter, and your home looks perfectly orderly, with very few personal effects visible and those that are on display neatly arrayed. There are no dishes in the sink, all surfaces are clear, the beds are made, and clothing, toys, and reading materials are put away. What little is out on the desk is contained in neat piles or folders, and the TV remotes are all in one place, likely next to the TV. Closets and drawers are kept neat and organized, as is the kitchen pantry. Your habits. You tend to think long and hard about any purchase or item before bringing it home. You dispose of or put things away as soon as you think of it, and ask yourself why you should keep something rather than why you should throw it away. You find it a soothing form of stress relief to organize your things, and you might feel irritated when you see stuff that has no proper home. If you have pets, they are well groomed and cared for. 2. Neat but dynamic. Your home. There's a place for most everything, and odds are the coats are hung on their hooks and the shoes are in the shoe area by the door. But on any given day you might find an item ordered off the internet that needs to be returned sitting in the entryway, and a pile of mail unopened on the kitchen counter along with a dish or two that didn't quite make it to the sink. The coffee table and den areas are clean, but there is a half-done jigsaw puzzle sitting on the floor, and 2 or 3 books or periodicals on the end table, and a DVD still in the player with the case nearby. Your clothes are hung up or put away and are easy to find, if not exactly neat. Your bathroom is clean, but you have more products and things around than you use every day. Your habits? You like a functional house, but tidiness isn't mandatory at all times. You leave projects or chores for a few hours or even a day or two, but you will get to them. You are pretty organized, and you can get rid of things without much difficulty if you no longer need them. You like to relax in a low-stress environment when you get home. 3. Controlled chaos. Your home. Your house has areas for things, a coat area, a toy area, rather than a place for every item. There's a lot of stuff visible, such as piles of children's artwork, a bookshelf with double rows of books and photo albums piled on top, and a crafts table with bins of supplies and stacks of half-done projects. There are boxes of photos and other items that you need to sort through at some point. Your clothes are mostly put away, but not necessarily neatly, and there may well be several days' worth of outfits draped on chairs. Your kitchen is not dirty, but there are sometimes dishes in the sink for a day or two, and you've seen an occasional ant. Even when your home has just been cleaned, there is still a sense of a lot of stuff. If you have pets, they are well cared for, but there might be pet hair on furniture, and occasionally you can smell them. Even when your house is neat, there's a killer closet somewhere that, if opened, could cause a small avalanche. Your habits. There is a lot of life in this house, and you would rather spend your time doing things, projects, cooking, reading, or other activities, than cleaning and organizing. Not enough time is taken between activities to properly put things away before the next project is started, and not every possession has a distinct home. There are organizing systems, bins usually, but things are not generally returned to the right bin, and there is not a regular schedule of sorting through things. You procrastinate on going through items and making decisions, although you're not particularly sentimentally attached to your stuff. You simply think you might need it. Every so often you get frustrated with the state of your home and go on a cleaning and organizing spree. 4. Clutter crisis. Your home. No one would call you someone who hoards. You can walk through the hallways and you can sit on the sofa without having to remove items. But there is stuff all over the place. Piles of unread magazines by the easy chair, evidence of dinner having been eaten at the coffee table, because the dining room table is covered in piles of paperwork, shoes strewn about various rooms, coats draped over the back of the couch. Your kitchen is a bit out of control. Your refrigerator is stuffed with food, some of which should probably be thrown away, and you've been known to resort to paper plates because you've run out of clean dishes. The bathroom could use a good cleaning, and your bedroom has piles of clothing on the bed and floor because there's not enough room in your closets to store what you own. If you live with others, you have heard about how your clutter impacts them negatively. Your habits. You feel like you are just too busy and tired when you get home to deal with your house, so you treat it a bit like a hotel, in, sleep, and out. You'd like it to be cleaner and better organized. You just don't have a place where you put your keys every day, for instance. But the thought of dealing with it on the weekends is just too unappealing. So you clean what's important, the kitchen and the bathroom, but never get around to putting much away, except perhaps when you're having company. You also have lots of stuff. You like to shop, perhaps, but you don't give much thought to what you should get rid of when you bring new purchases into your house. You often can't find things you need, which causes you stress. Every so often, you'll power organize one area and then lose interest in the rest of the house. 5. Borderline hoarding. Your home. Things are getting out of hand. If you have a pet, you can tell immediately because the litter box needs to be changed and there's hair covering the furniture. You may have a problem with ants or roaches in your kitchen because dishes sit around too long and food isn't properly sealed. You have rooms in your house that you don't really use because they've become storage areas for projects, equipment, and just plain stuff. Your desk is piled high with papers and receipts, and the corners of your room and the bottom of the staircase contain piles or shopping bags full of things that you've been meaning to get to, like hand-me-downs to pass along or other things to donate. You're not swimming in stuff. Your hallways are passable, and there's no physical danger. But things are quite chaotic, and it's not uncommon that you might step on some papers or kick a box aside in an attempt to get where you're going. Your habits? You have close friends over, but if there's a book group meeting, you try not to have it at your house because you're a little embarrassed and feel you don't have the time or energy to clean up. You have no good systems for organizing, and what's more, you have a lot of stuff, and your valuable things are on the shelf right next to less valuable items. You don't go through your things and get rid of unused items, preferring to just move them up to the attic or down to the basement, where they sit and sometimes get ruined from the dust and possibly even mildew. You love your pets, but sometimes you don't take the time to clean up after them. The messier the house gets, the less you feel like dealing with it, so you don't. As you can see, there are degrees of clutter, and much of what is tolerable for a person depends on how much stress the clutter causes her and her family. And of course, if more than one member of a household has cluttering tendencies, things can quickly get out of hand. Number 5, the borderline hoarding, begins to head into the mild range of compulsive hoarding, depending on the degree to which the individual's belongings get in the way of the rest of his life, how much strife it causes at home, and how anxious that person feels when asked to get rid of things. The more intense any of these factors are for an individual, the further along the continuum he is. There are many ways clutter can impact our quality of life, even if it's not at the level at which someone would be thought to suffer from compulsive hoarding issues. Naturally, the further along on the continuum you are, the more stressful life can get. Cassie, a 51-year-old wife and mother, is at the clutter crisis level. Her home is quite messy, and some rooms are worse than others. I have a lot of papers and magazines and newspapers, and I want to recycle them and not just throw them in the trash, she explains. I also have lots of jars, gift bags, and silk flowers that came on presents. Can't they be reused? I have a hard time deciding what to throw out, and I just don't want to deal with it. Consequently, Cassie, who is job hunting, cannot find her references, although she thinks they're somewhere in her desk. Her husband also has some issues with clutter. He sees value in many things and prevents Cassie from getting rid of certain items because he thinks he might need them. So between the two of them, their house is quite disorganized. There is tension between them because of the clutter, and Cassie feels like a failure when she looks around and sees the mess. She tends to move things to the basement rather than make decisions about them, which clinicians refer to a term called churning. The mess is moved from place to place, but never truly dealt with. When I suggest that it would be easier to organize than to deal with her constant anxiety about the mess, she agrees, but says she has other things she would rather do when she gets home, and has a hard time seeing unpleasant projects through to the end. She also notes that her husband's mother used to throw away his things without his permission, once getting rid of his prized model train set while he was at school. Cassie says this continued even into adulthood. When they went on their honeymoon, His mother cleaned out his old bedroom and had turned it into a game room by the time they got back. It's easy to understand why he feels protective of his belongings, and why she is extra careful not to throw anything of his away without his permission. But that knowledge doesn't make their home any less frustrating for both of them to live in. The 10 ways clutter can cause you stress. 1. It's hard to locate the things you need when you need them. 2. Being unable to locate important papers like bills, birth certificates, tax documents, passports, or driver's licenses can result in major setbacks and financial penalties. 3. Arguments over mess can strain your relationships with family members, and difficulty finding the things you need can cause your family members to be late for their appointments, which leads to more stress. 4. You spend money on things you already own, because you have forgotten you have them or can't find them. 5. Looking at a pile of bills or any mess is a constant reminder of a chore that needs to be done. 6. A cluttered bedroom is difficult to relax in and can affect the quality of your sleep and your intimate life. 7. Keeping too many reminders from your past can distract you from living in the present. 8. A cluttered room can overstimulate your senses and cause you to feel anxious or unable to relax. 9. Having to move things around to use your space effectively, in other words, to sit at the kitchen table or sleep in your bed, wastes time and creates extra work. 10. Reluctance to invite people into your home because it's not neat can lead to social isolation, which extensive research suggests can negatively impact your health. How much is too much? I've often heard people half joke that they don't have too much stuff, but that their apartments or closets are simply too small to accommodate the perfectly reasonable amount of stuff that they have. And in the case of people with tiny apartments and a great love of collecting, that may well be the case. Certainly, if you put Imelda Marcos's shoe collection into a typical New York City studio apartment, it would look like a hoarded room with floor-to-ceiling footwear. This demonstrates that the concept of too much stuff depends on several factors, in addition to the sheer volume of your belongings. These factors are highly individual and depend on who you are, what you need, your space restrictions, how passionately you feel about your possessions, your tolerance for disorganization, the opinions of those you live with, and many other criteria. One man's collection is another's pile of junk. One woman's good deal is her husband's idea of a colossal waste of money. For that reason, I think it's useful to tease out the differences between a reasonable situation and one that is perhaps on its way to becoming out of hand if it isn't already. It will also help you figure out where you are on the clutter continuum and where your weakness lies, in acquisition, disorganization, or difficulty getting rid of things. Collecting versus stockpiling. Webster's dictionary defines a collection as an accumulation of objects gathered for study, comparison, or exhibition, or as a hobby. Fair enough. But sometimes collections can take over your home. A collector is someone who has an interest in a specific area or type of item, and he will typically research and plan how to add to his collection, and perhaps have a plan for the entire collection, to eventually donate it to a historical society, for instance, or to pass it on to his grandkids. But some people confuse collecting with accumulating or even stockpiling. One woman I worked with had a large collection of animal figurines she'd ordered from the Home Shopping Network and various websites because they were such a good deal, and having lots of animals around appealed to her. They were not particularly sought after or unique or rare figurines, nor were they especially valuable. She simply thought they were pretty and couldn't resist buying them, and now they were cluttering up her entire house. For her, they represented companionship. She named every one of them and attached personal stories to them. These animal figurines were not displayed in a way that showed they were important to her. They were everywhere, some of them piled on top of one another, and many still in boxes that she intended to unpack when she made room for them. Furthermore, there was really no selection process before she decided to purchase. When I asked her why she picked a particular one, she'd say it was cute or different. When faced with the decision to purchase a new figurine, she didn't consider whether she had a place to display it or whether or not that particular figurine would add to her collection as a whole. She just gave in to the excitement of buying it. She was an extreme case and clearly suffered from compulsive hoarding. She had a hard time parting with any of her figurines, and her home contained so many of them that it had become unlivable. The couches were covered with them, the kitchen counters were not usable, and the hallways had narrow paths in between the boxes these creatures came in. The living room and bedrooms were filled with unpacked boxes. The bed was usable, but she needed to push away a pile before going to sleep. In other words, her collection interfered with her life. In less extreme situations, the line between collecting and simply amassing and accumulating is less clear. In a moment, you will hear some examples that will help you get a better sense of whether you collect things or merely stockpile them. Do you have a collection or a stockpile? Take a moment and listen to the different characteristics of stockpiles and collections. In a collection, items adhere to a narrow theme. Art Deco jewelry, for instance, or Frank Sinatra albums. In a stockpile, the theme is ill-defined or very broad. In other words, jewelry in general, old albums. Collection, displayed in a careful manner that encourages viewing. Stockpile, untidy, gets in the way or prevents you from using areas of your home for their intended use. Collection, easily recognizable to an outsider as a special array of objects. Stockpile, just looks like a lot of stuff to an outsider. Collection, is allotted enough room to be stored properly. Stockpile, items overflow in bins, drawers, closets, or piles. Collection, each item is unique and has special meaning. Stockpile, may contain multiples of the same item. Collection, acquisition of items requires a strategy. For example, if you collect vintage coins, you may be saving up or searching to find one unique coin that completes your collection. Stockpile, items are purchased simply because you like them. Collection. Collectors may belong to a community of other people who collect the same objects and are willing to swap and trade, as opposed to just getting and finding more. Stockpiler. Stockpilers gather things on their own and keep them. Collection. You could give up an item in your collection if you need the money or the space for a better item. Stockpile. You have a hard time parting with anything you've acquired. Savers versus pack rats. There's nothing wrong with saving things that you think you might need in the future or things that might be of value. But there's a fine line between being smart and planning ahead and saving anything that could conceivably be of use to you or someone else in the near future, which can lead to excessive clutter. Pack rats, as you may or may not know, are real rodents that are known for bringing all manner of twigs and grass back to their den, which is packed with little hovels and spaces for them to crawl around in. Their environment may make sense to them, but an outsider looking in would have a hard time imagining how that little creature could use all of that stuff. Humans display similar tendencies. I've seen many cluttered homes with arguably useful stuff on the countertop. A drawer full of random odds and ends, or a cabinet teeming with food containers with mismatched lids, saved from almost every takeout order the family has eaten. Saving supermarket grocery bags to be used as kitchen garbage bags makes sense, as does hanging onto a sweater that you rarely wear for the next time you go skiing, because it's perfect for that use and you know you'll ski again at some point. And what about that silver tea set your grandparents left you, which has no particular sentimental value and you never use, but you think must be worth something? Sometimes it feels like we should save things simply because they were given to us, not because they're meaningful or useful. But in our society, where the supply of supermarket shopping bags is never-ending, and there are often far too many choices and things that are easy enough to acquire should you need them, when to stop saving and when it might be wasteful to get rid of things can be hard to figure out. Cassie had this very problem. She'd save gift wrap and other things that were technically reusable, but she saved far more than she needed or could use. Jason, too, struggled with this. While some of the appliances he collected were still usable, most people would not want a stained mixer bowl or a rusting toaster, even if it still performed the function for which it was made. Let's say Jason got around to rehabbing the computers he planned to. Not many people would be interested in purchasing a computer from the late 1980s, even if it worked, for a number of reasons. Jason did not use any of these things himself, so technically they had no value. Yet it felt wasteful to him to discard them. Are you a saver or a pack rat? Now take a moment and listen to the differences between pack rats and savers. A saver can visualize a concrete use for something in the immediate future. A pack rat will save anything that might be useful in the future or could theoretically be useful to someone they know. Saver stops saving when he has enough useful items. For example, you have enough grocery bags for the next week, at which time you are likely to get more at the supermarket if needed. Pack rat has a hard time knowing when enough is enough and saves more than he can use. He thinks it couldn't hurt to save more grocery bags, even though every time he opens the cabinet, they fall out and need to be picked up. Saver can get rid of something if it's clear she's not going to use it, such as an eyeglass case for glasses that are long since lost, even if it's potentially useful. Pack rat will save an item that has outlived its utility, just in case. Saver will get rid of something if it's not used in a reasonable amount of time. Pack rat loses track of how long he's had something until it becomes a fixture in the house. Saver will discover he has two similar items and will choose the best one rather than saving both. Pack rat will save multiple versions of the same item because you never know. Sentimental souvenirs. Souvenir shops line the most famous boulevards in the cities we visit, and most theme parks and museums have a gift shop tantalizingly located by the exit, making it likely that we'll stop in and buy something to commemorate our special experience. Souvenir means to remember in French. Many people don't feel as though the trip was complete unless they bring home a refrigerator magnet or a t-shirt to recall the memory. But souvenirs aren't always items that are collected on trips. Henry, a young man I treated years ago, held on to every gift that his grandparents ever gave him. He feared that once they passed, he would forget the close relationship they had. So he would save things, such as an outdated cell phone, holiday cards, empty packages that gifts came in, scraps of paper on which an unimportant note was written, and even socks that were now tattered with holes. Out of habit, some people save bits and pieces from most every experience, not just the meaningful ones. And still others equate holding on to an item with holding on to a memory or a feeling. It's as if they didn't have the experience unless they keep the item. It's easy to see how your space can get so filled with stuff from your past that it's hard to live in the present. Of course, what constitutes a worthy souvenir is subjective, and one person's important memory certainly may not have the sentimental value to another. I have treated people who have held on to paper cups because a loved one who died had used them. It seems unusual when someone is saving everything a loved one had ever used, or when someone is saving something peculiar, like a disposable paper cup. But the principle is pretty common. I took a drink stirrer from a restaurant that my husband and I ate in every night on a cruise, just to remember the lovely experience. It's not really that different in theory, although I took one stirrer, not a stirrer, a coaster, a napkin, and a copy of the menu from every place we stopped. It's a matter of degree, of course. Smith College's Dr. Randy Frost, whose research I admire and respect, has observed that some people with compulsive hoarding issues might be more creative than non-hoarders, in that they recognize potential and beauty in more places than most people do. A twisted morass of wires and light fixtures could, with a little ingenuity and elbow grease, make a newly refurbished table lamp. If such visions are realistic, and the person actually gets around to making her vision a reality, we would refer to her as an artist. But if the person merely takes home the pile of metal and puts it on the counter, where it lives with dozens of other found objects collecting dust, that person may well have a problem with hoarding. The same principle may be at play here with sentiment. A person who hoards may feel more deeply about the items she brings into her home, as well as sentimental about more numerous and varied objects. Again, it's all along a continuum and becomes a problem when the sheer number of items begins to interfere emotionally and physically with your life. Saving items for sentimental reasons doesn't always have to do with a memory per se. There are things we own that simply evoke an emotion, such as a bright blue hat that you don't wear but makes you happy to look at for no other reason than its color. But there are some who take it a step further. Not only do their possessions evoke a particular feeling, but like Jennifer's feelings that she'd let down her Barbie dolls by allowing them to get ruined, they attribute human emotions to the items. One woman I know, who is not a compulsive hoarder, told me she recently emptied her closet of some 50 commemorative T-shirts she'd collected from races she'd run. She never wore them. They were big, boxy men's T-shirts. But she hated the thought of throwing away the memories of the races she'd completed. Frustrated by her limited closet space, she finally decided to make more room for the clothing that she actually wore, and got rid of all the shirts except for the few she'd collected at marathons she ran. Those were her crowning achievements, the ones she most wanted to remember. Are you sentimental or stuck? Someone who is sentimental is strongly motivated to act by emotions and may hold on to things because of how she feels about them, rather than for practical reasons. There's nothing wrong with this, of course, except if you do it with too many things, which can create a clutter problem. If that happens, you may well be stuck. By that I mean that your emotions may serve as a paralyzing force rather than a motivating one. Your feelings about your things take precedence over practical concerns. Listen to how sentimental differs from stuck. Sentimental, you save something because you have a positive memory associated with it. Stuck, you can't part with the souvenir even if it makes you feel bad, such as saving a mixtape from the boyfriend you wish you'd never broken up with. Sentimental, you save a few things that have positive memories associated with them. Stuck, you save most everything with positive memories associated with them. Sentimental, you save a few items that belong to a person you care or cared about. Stuck, you can't bear to part with anything that belonged to that person. Sentimental, you have a special place for your souvenirs. Stuck, you pile your souvenirs in a drawer or closet that you rarely access. Sentimental, you're capable of tossing something that has a positive memory if you need the space in which it's stored or you see that it has no use. Stuck, you can't part with a special object no matter what. Sentimental, you can get rid of the item after the memory stops being important to you. Stuck, you save the item because the memory was once important to you. Sentimental, you take good care of the things you save. Stuck, the things you save get piled into the back of a closet, hidden under a bed, or stored in an attic or basement and possibly damaged by water or dust. Sentimental, what you save honors an experience you've had or a person you knew. Stuck, the saved item isn't particular to your own life experience. Waste and environmentalism. The concept of waste, it would be a waste to throw that away, is one that my patients struggle with mightily, as do many of us, particularly these days when reduce, reuse, recycle is a way of living responsibly. Besides, we all want to feel that we've made the best use of an item we could, especially if we spent money on it. If we didn't use it thoroughly and thoughtfully, it would be a double waste, both of our hard-earned cash and of the item itself. But there are many ways to be wasteful, and not all of them are as straightforward as throwing something perfectly good into the trash can. It may feel wasteful, for instance, to toss old notebooks that have some blank pages left in them, so you keep them. But they sit on the shelf looking sloppy, with shreds of perforated paper sticking out of the spiral. They are eyesores, and if you're not using them, they are wasting space that could be used for something else that actually is useful. You tell yourself you're saving them for the day your grandkids come over and need paper for coloring and doodling, but your grandkids would rather play video games than sketch in your old notebooks. So, is it truly a waste to get rid of the notebooks? Recycling is an option, as is donating them to a school, for instance. But if you're never going to get around to doing that, to recycle them, you'd have to tear the pages out and dispense with the metal spiral. The notebooks cluttering up your desk and the self-recrimination involved for not doing something more productive with them is a waste in itself. This is emotional clutter on top of the physical clutter. I know a family that kept a playhouse in their yard long after the kids had outgrown it. The couple didn't know what to do with it. They didn't feel it was clean and new enough to give to another family, but it felt wasteful to just put it out with the trash. So it sat in their yard, getting dirty and slimy with rain and mud. Could it be used for something else, they wondered? They batted around ideas, but never really settled on anything. It was a classic case of how hard it is to answer the question, when is it wasteful to get rid of something that in theory could be used for something else? Throwing out the playhouse felt wasteful to them. But if you reframe the situation, they had a beautiful backyard that could be used for another purpose, and they were wasting that space and opportunity by having a big old plastic playhouse lying fallow. What's more, the couple spent time and energy debating the playhouse question. It was a waste of their emotional energy to do that, at least, and at most, the playhouse may have been a reminder of yet another thing on their to-do list. Figure out what to do with the playhouse. Multiply the playhouse example by a dozen or more other such decisions, and that's how much time and energy is wasted on excess stuff each month or year, depending on how much you own. Add the worthwhile desire to be environmentally conscious into the mix, and the decision-making process, to throw or to save or to redistribute through donation or recycling, gets more complicated. We hear so much about overcrowded landfills and recycling and reuse, and of course there's too much garbage in our disposable society. It makes it very difficult to throw anything away that's not rotting or utterly useless, even if you have no plans to use it. But is it any better to treat your home or your yard like a landfill? Instead of throwing away excess things, we simply keep them, store them, stockpile them, and only very occasionally use them. The end result is a house full of clutter, and that, too, is a waste. And of course, the biggest waste that comes from not wasting is when a person is harmed as a result of having too many things. Barry, whom you met with his wife, Melissa, was terribly depressed. His back injury kept him from working, and so he spent an excessive amount of time watching TV. But the fact that he couldn't get up and move around his house might well have made his physical problems worse. Being isolated certainly added to his emotional problems, and was not healthy for his body either. It's very hard to accept the idea that not everything we have will be used, and that some of it will necessarily be wasted. It makes people terribly uncomfortable. Some of us feel as though we are being ungrateful for all that we have, because after all, there are people in the world who have much less. By not valuing what we have, the logic, which is of course not logical at all, goes, we do not care about those people who have less. Are we frivolous and impulsive? Will others see us as such? All of these negative thoughts and distortions swim around in a person's mind when they consider getting rid of things, and lead to the anticipatory anxiety and fear of letting things go. Factor in the symbolism that we associate with our things, discussed in detail in Chapter 2, and the idea that our possessions may not be used to their full potential means that much more is wasted than the actual item. We've all had dinner with folks who consider any food left on a plate to be wasteful. Many of us heard from our parents that there were children starving in Africa, so we needed to be grateful for what we had and not waste it. The implication is that we selfishly took for granted that we were lucky, when the truth was we were simply full or had been given too large a portion. The food represents the money spent on groceries, the time spent to prepare it, and perhaps even the love and care that went into making the food. To leave it on the plate feels wrong, and in some families, a child is made to feel like a bad person, a wasteful person, if anything is left uneaten. But is it any less of a waste to overeat when you're not hungry? Not really. And the stress that goes into not wasting is wasteful in itself. Eating food when you're not hungry may mean that you gain weight, which can cause you health problems that can waste your energy and your money as well. Is it a waste? There are many ways to be wasteful, and sometimes the most obvious way, to throw something away that still has use, is actually less wasteful than the alternatives. If you're debating whether or not parting with a specific object would be wasteful, listen to the following criteria. It is a waste if the item sits around your house unused. A free thing sitting unused is a waste, even though you didn't spend money on it. It takes up valuable space that could be used for something else. You devote more than a brief period of time considering what you will do with it, which is a waste of your time. It overwhelms you to see it sitting there, which is a waste of mental energy. When you look at the item, you're reminded that you've avoided doing what you meant to with it. More mental energy wasted, and you wind up feeling bad. You buy more than you need in order to get a bonus of something you don't need. You waste money buying an item that will ultimately be wasted. In short, you don't have to be someone who is far along on the hoarding continuum, like many of the people I treat in my clinic, to be missing out on the kind of life you want and deserve to be living, on account of your relationship to your things. While you may not be living in physical peril, you may not be living comfortably either, let alone enjoying the life with your family that you work so hard for. Physical clutter yields emotional clutter, which gets in the way of your enjoyment and can be very stressful. The good news here is that if your cluttering is impacting your life in a negative way, it is possible to change the way you think and consequently change the way you interact with your stuff, which will result in a less cluttered environment. One common thought distortion I encounter with clutterers is, "I'm just a disorganized person, so there's no point in trying." This is a thinking error that holds many people back from reducing their physical and emotional clutter. When I treat people who have these thoughts, I help them to look around and recognize that it's probably not true, and replace that belief with a more helpful way of looking at things. There are areas of my house that are not disorganized, and therefore labeling myself as disorganized is not an accurate statement. Changing the way you think changes your behaviors, which further reinforces a belief system that will keep you on the right track. This is the basis of cognitive behavioral therapy, which has helped many people with compulsive hoarding and is equally effective in those with a less extreme problem. With CBT, small changes yield big results, which are rewarding in themselves and help you to perpetuate your positive behaviors. You'll find ways to do this in the coming chapters. Chapter 5. When it's time to take charge. It's a big decision to finally free yourself of the physical and emotional clutter that's likely been occupying space in your life for too long. For people who are far along on the continuum, paring down clutter can involve a concerted effort to change distorted thinking patterns. For those on the mild end of the spectrum, and for those who have more discrete problem areas, financial documents, for instance, getting a handle on clutter can come about through developing new habits, ones that are surprisingly painless to maintain. Either way, the payoffs, in terms of feeling happier, calmer, and more in control of your environment, as well as improved relationships with friends and loved ones, are enormous. As mentioned, compulsive hoarders experience tremendous anxiety when confronted with the prospect of not being able to acquire a desired item, or having to let go of one or more of their possessions. But non-hoarders with cluttering issues also experience a degree of anxiety when faced with the prospect of cleaning out a closet or foregoing what appears to be a great deal. The suggestions I will offer in the sections that follow are based on the treatment for anxiety disorders that I offer at my clinic through cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. When applied and practiced consistently, these methods can be extremely helpful. Treatment for compulsive hoarding. When a new client visits my clinic for an evaluation, I begin by building rapport and trust with each individual. Many people who hoard do not seek treatment for their problem due to shame, embarrassment over the condition of their home, or fear of having to give up their possessions. It's very important that the client feels supported and respected in this process. Through direct questioning and assessments, I can develop an understanding of the severity of the problem as well as determine the best treatment modality. More specifically, I ask the client to complete a biopsychosocial history questionnaire, which covers all aspects of his or her life, past and present. This includes, but is not limited to, childhood history, trauma or abuse history, comorbid diagnoses. Sometimes there is more than one condition that factors into a patient's behavior, such as obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, or depression. Family history of mental health issues, onset of symptoms and their impact on the person's life, medications the person is taking or has taken in the past, medical issues both past and present, current living situation, relational issues, and so forth. The next step is to augment this information with additional questionnaires, including one I developed, the Compulsive Hoarding Saved Items Questionnaire, refer to the appendix, which identifies items people typically hoard and asks them to rate their anxiety level were they asked to give them up. Because hoarding is a psychological condition that can be exacerbated by loss, stress, or other traumatic events, oftentimes in working one-on-one with my clients, we are able to identify triggers that led to the onset of the hoarding, which is important as we will need to address any feelings and issues that surface as we begin treatment. Together, we also identify any environmental issues that played a part, such as growing up in a cluttered or hoarded home. A key aspect in working with someone who is struggling with compulsive hoarding is to validate his struggle